egg, egg, egg. Egg, egg.
Hello. Hello. Oh my god. What was that?
Why are you all screaming?
Curse of Taco Bell!
I hate the Taco Bell.
I don't, is that the Taco Bell noise?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a bell.
Yeah, but is it?
it is. It is the Taco Bell noise, yes.
Oh. It's an awfully...
Taco Bears.
It's an awfully ominous sounding bell for your, like, fast food chain.
Do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for taco.
Tacos for the...
Tacos for the... Tacos for the...
Hi, chat.
Hello, Chad. Hello.
Can I give thee a cyber... What? No.
No.
I don't like that. Go away.
No.
We're not that close, Chad. Sorry.
Only I can be that close with Zoe. Watch this. I'm
actually closer to Zoe than you are. I'm like so much closer. Already?
Yes. Escar Gothi and your viewers, hello. Thank you very much for coming. Welcome. Well, you just got here at the start, so that's very good. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Spectral Queen, currently and always Zoe, of course. And it is Saturday.
It is Saturday. It is Saturday.
And we're gonna finish Luigi's Mansion. Maybe, ideally, that's the plan. So I'd like to get to it soon.
Yeah.
Fast, quickly, expeditedly.
Whatever. Words.
Lickety split.
I'm kind of concerned.
Why are you concerned, Jody?
Because Dai is so much bigger than usual. It's intimidating.
Oh, you're right.
Dai is just a small little guy. Now he's...
Oh, do I need to make him smaller?
No, Jody's right. I think we should make myself a lot bigger.
What the fuck? No.
We should make me taller than her.
What?
Sure, I'll make you taller.
I think that'd be a bad idea because your sprite is so wide that you would like cover half the screen.
There we go.
I've gotten so big. Yes, I have.
Okay, well, that's concerning.
There we go, now you're taller. Although, hold on, preservation of mass, I have to make you thinner also.
Okay.
There we go.
Make Dai is so thin that they just vanish.
I'm paper now. I'm made of paper. Can you change me back, please?
Fine. I'll just hold on. I gotta eyeball it. Let's see.
Can't you just say right click and reset? Can't you just right click and reset transform?
No.
There. Maybe a little bit.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I want that to be slightly wider than normal.
There you go.
There you go. Perfect.
I look like Wario.
You're wide, Daya. Let's go.
Wario is in peak physical condition, so.
Oh no, I'm wider.
You're wider.
Wider fiend.
No, this is the worst outcome.
The best outcome, I think. You mean.
I think it's funny. But like, I can just make you normal if you want.
That's up to you.
No, what do you want?
Make me normal size, please.
Okay.
You shouldn't know. So Daya has no opinions.
That's okay.
None at
Don't
all.
be mean.
It's true.
No,
See? No,
come
see?
on. No.
I'm not being mean. I'm just saying what Daya says.
She's being
That is not normal. There we go.
Here you go.
You put Daya amongst the U-box?
No, I put him amongst your hair.
Okay.
It's hiding there, living among and like see the antlers are like trees.
Yeah. You're like in a mystical forest that is my hair.
I'm like a flea.
This
You
is
are
good.
like a flea. It's true in more ways than one.
Don't be mean. Anyway, hello everyone. Good evening. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you had a nice week. I myself Well, I did some drawing.
Didn't.
I didn't. I had a terrible time. No, I did some. I'm getting some drawing done. That's very nice.
Nice.
Ideally, I'll be able to keep this up and actually get a new model out. Victor and Jody. Victor,
Why?
don't start.
No, you can't. You can't, because that's not a Sonic sticker on me. It's just a Sonic
that's
sticker. You
true.
have to pick a different space for.
Okay.
That's true. That's true.
Rookie
You're right.
fucking mistake.
Where's this one going, Daya?
Near Jody.
Fuck you.
Fair enough.
Oh, come on.
Jody. Well, there
Come
you
on,
go.
I deleted that. I deleted that fucking
That's
emote
true,
from my
that's
channel as
true.
a show of good faith, and I still get this.
You're getting it from Jody,
Yeah.
not from Daya, not from everyone else.
Vector attack.
Vector attack. Anyway, the drawing. Hopefully, I'll be able to actually make my next model now. I'm trying so hard to get through the art block, y'all. And I did
believe in
something
you.
else that was notable, but apparently not that notable.
So notable you forgot.
Yep.
Did not
What
note
about
it.
what about if my co-host introduced himself while I launch the video game?
Don't forget to do it.
You go ahead, John.
Oh, true.
Okay, hello everyone, my name is Jody, also known as Dynalope. I'm a streamer on twitch.tv/Dynalope. I streamed some Cyberpunk 2077 today, and that was very fun. I mainly play first-person shooters and stuff, so... Which Luigi's Mansion absolutely is. It's a first-person shooter, you go around, you blast the ghost. So much fun for
You
everyone.
shoot at them with your Game Boy Horror. It's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Diafiend, who the
My name
fuck
is-
are you?
My name is Daya. I stream on twitch.tv/Diafiend sometimes. Right now, I'm in the middle of reworking my channel and reworking just basically everything. I'm on a bit of a half hiatus, kind of. It's basically my channel is a huge work in progress at the moment, and once I feel comfortable streaming again, I will make a huge deal out of it. But I do go live sometimes if I feel like it. But at the moment, it is very much of a huge hiatus. So please stay tuned.
Dia, you're already a big deal.
It's true.
Yay!
Yeah. You're a big deal in our hearts. And also in
Yay.
general. Alright.
Yay!
I'm going to do eggs and then we'll start with the game. And the first egg of the day comes to us from Esteemed Jester. And then we've got a green clunk. A Dynalope.
That's me.
Kira Cat. Mike loves a rabbit. Diafiend.
What the fuck is that?
Some fucking friend or something. Polar
What?
stars. Mildly cloudy. Juris est. Lego Bama real. Coffee bagel. Two things that I basically never had. A Trumtoa. Fred Fox.
Fred Fox! Oh my god, Fred Fox!
Another raid! Hello!
Vixie, hi! Vixie! Oh my god! What? Hi! Hello, Vixie, all your raiders. Thanks so much for coming. Welcome. I sure hope there aren't any ghosts in this mansion. I was scared to death. Oh.
Don't worry about it.
There could
Don't worry
never
about
be
it, you're
good
fine.
ghosts in this
It's-
mess.
It'll be okay.
They're definitely not ghosts. They are floating slimes. Floating slime
Really?
people.
Slime
Yes,
girls?
that's pretty cool.
Daya.
What?
They're not actually floating slimes. They are.
You're lying to me!
I'm not. No. It's so that. It's because the raiders are gonna die if they think they're ghosts.
Then they deserve to die.
No, shut the don't fucking shut.
I was slime girl.
Shh.
They are weak.
We can get you a slime. We can get you to meet up with a slime girl later. For now, they're ghosts, but they're not ghosts.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
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 Alright, okay. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, everyone. I am currently Spectral Queen, but always Zoe. I am an artist and variety streamer. And today we're ideally beating Luigi's Mansion. That's the plan. We're currently Okay, I think Bowser didn't like that we were taking so long for starting the game, so the music was getting all fucky. We're doing the eggs currently, so give me just a moment to finish doing that.
So just one little point, you can get an egg.
Yes, it's true. Okay, for Rutsatera, Streamer Gal Katie. That is the first egg stack, very nice. Vixie Bombay, Sorkaborg, and I think that's it for now. Yes, it is. Thank you all very much for the starting stack. Thank you. Bam,
Yay.
bam, bam. It's true, you are Vixie Bomby. Let's see, there's any important messages.
Can I just say, carrying on from what you said earlier, like, I don't understand the fascination with slime girls. They sound awful. Like, I can't imagine anything worse than slime touching my skin.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's a very sort of like autism thing. Like, you either think it's very fun to the feeling of slime, or you hate it.
Yeah.
I'm also more in the no fucking thanks category, but I do think that you can do fun things with the slime girl design.
Yeah, sure, but I don't want it touched. I wouldn't date her. No offense to any slime girls, but I wouldn't date you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what if you really vibe with her personality, though?
I mean, I would like to hug occasionally.
Yeah, but like maybe if you. Like if you feel like a true connection with her, you know, maybe you can use that
Work
to like,
around it.
Yeah, well, yeah, work around it, or like, use that to like not get over it, but you know, like work through it.
I will put her in a jar and hug the jar.
That's kind of funny. Can you?
Get inside the jar.
Thank you very much, Akai Fuller, for your donation. Thank you. Can you breathe in slime? I guess that depends. I mean,
probably no. There's good
yeah,
girl
probably
in your lungs.
not. Not sure why that's. What do you want to know? For like a really long hug?
That's
Get
weird.
over it with Ben Funny. No, never. Hate that guy. Anyway.
But you hate Bennett Foddy.
This is a pretentious jerk. Got a sippy to do.
It's not.
There's no ghosts in the mansion. It's all carbon monoxide poisoning, actually. Oh, thank God. So anytime, Chet, don't worry. If you see any ghosts, you just have carbon monoxide poisoning, so it's fine. Nothing to worry about.
Every time I think of the name Getting Over with Bennett Foddy, I always accidentally think Getting Over with Jared Fogle, which is 100% not correct.
I don't know what that is.
Jared
Jeez.
Fogle is a Subway spokesman who went to jail for not very nice things.
Right. Yeah. I don't remember what the things were, but yeah, I remember now vaguely.
But I don't know why I always somehow switch those names around in my head. It's very strange.
Same name.
Same
Can I
name.
give him Luigi head? Yes, Derek can definitely have a Luigi head.
Derek
Here
is
it
allowed.
is.
Just this once.
There we go.
Luigi.
Luigi.
Yo, there he is. It's Luigi. He's here.
Yo, I thought he died.
No, he's here. He's right there, at the bottom
wow,
right
that's-
of the screen.
That's awesome. I'm so glad we managed to get him.
Nice to meet you, Luigi.
Man of few words, huh?
Man, if you. Nice to meet you, Luigi.
No, stop! What the? Oh no!
Donk.
stretching everything, so rude. Anyway, hello.
Hello.
Hello. I miss most of the Gregory streams, but this track sounds very PS1 Final Fantasy to me for some reason. Guess I can kind of hear what you mean.
I can understand what they're talking about. It sounds like something Nobuo Uematsu would compose.
A little. Anyway, wow, what if we played Vigi Game? Wouldn't it be crazy?
Vigi Game?
Vigi Game.
What?
Luigi's Mansion's kind of like
Say
Gregory Horror Show
what?
if you think about it.
I think
don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe. I think Luigi's Mansion is kind of like
I don't feel safe.
if I didn't feel safe.
If you didn't feel safe.
If I, Zoe Gone the Queen, did not feel safe.
Luigi's Mansion's like Gregory Horror Show if Gregory was a weird old scientist man.
It's true.
No,
It is. Luigi's Mansion is like if Mario was in a mansion and
Yeah?
coming Vibio's Jame. Don't worry, Chad. It won't harm you. You'll be fine.
Vibio's Jame?
Vibio's Jame. The Jame belonging to Vibio. We all know Vibio. The god of all games.
Gregory Horror Show is like Luigi's Mansion if God was dead.
What? No.
What are you talking about? God is also dead in the Mario universe.
Oh, I
What?
didn't know that.
Miyamoto died?
No, he's not God. He's just Bowser Jr.'s mom.
He can't be both?
No. Sorry.
Stupid.
It was in the contract.
What
This thing's
contract?
strange
The
going
contract
on
he
with the
signed
screen
with, signed
share.
with Bowser. Is
You
something
were tricking
what's
me.
going on?
Oh, it's back now. For some reason it was black and white this whole time.
What again?
Oh, has that happened
okay.
before?
Yeah. Okay, Chad. Does anyone have this problem? I was playing through Xenoblade Chronicles X with Luke the other day. Yesterday.
It looks fine to me. It's not black and white.
Well, it's not anymore apparently, but it was. God, look at him with his fucking Walls and Gromit ass face. Anyway. I was playing through and that kept happening. Like the screen share kept going black and white and getting like super pixely and stuff.
Yeah, it's done again. Yeah.
Why?
Weird.
Yeah,
What?
oh yeah. Oh my god.
We will
in the
survive. We will
world?
make do.
Chad, have you guys heard about this?
Luigi's Mansion with the filter changes every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like a purple and green color.
It's Discord's new feature where they ruin everything and they make nothing good ever.
At least his stream is good. That's good. Yeah, it's a Discord issue.
Yeah, it's fine.
Which is better, Luigi's Mansion or Gregory Horror Show? Just remember, Gregory Horror Show does have cat training in it, which is a massive negative. I don't know. They're both very unique, like takes on like a spooky game set in a mansion. But I guess
Isn't he in a hotel?
well, yeah, but it's a hotel and a mansion.
Hotel's
guess.
basically a mansion.
Yeah, right.
Is it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Big
With
house.
places
They're in a
to
big
bedroom.
house. They're in a large house.
Think you are tricking me.
I'm not.
No one's tricking you, though.
Okay.
Where do we go anyway?
You're always so paranoid that you think
oh,
everyone's tricking
well,
you.
Oh, there. That's
You
where we
beat
go. Okay, got it.
Colossus. Oh
I
wait,
did.
remember to check on your plant.
Yes.
Mario!
Mario.
Mario.
Luigi!
Anyway, I think the gameplay in. Wait. I think the gameplay in Luigi's Mansion is a little clunkier, but the pacing is better. Because there were a lot of moments we had in Gregory Horror Show, I felt, where we just kind of had to wait we were just sort of like, well, I guess we have to stand here and wait for this one character to go do this part of their routine now so that we can actually catch them.
Yeah. My favorite part of Luigi's Mansion is the end where Mario burns down the entire mansion and everyone inside it.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see that part. Which definitely is going to happen. Oh, big money!
Whoa! Big,
Big
money.
diamond! Yay!
Big.
Maybe you can use all this money to buy a better fucking house.
If only that was the solution.
If only, that'd be nice. But Gregor Horror Show to me is more endearing than Luigi's Mansion. I think the concept of it is concept of the gameplay of like, it's not only more endearing but also more effective as like a spooky game. Like this game is never actually scary. I might have gotten scared at some point. I don't know. Well, the dog scared me, but it doesn't count.
Yeah.
That doesn't count because that's a scare unique to you.
Yes. That's, you could put a dog in anything and I'd be scared of it, you know?
Yeah, makes sense.
Well,
Have
as
you
a
ever
kid,
watched The
sure,
Fox
but
and the Hound?
I actually watch that movie a lot.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, it's
Does it
nice.
not scare you?
I don't know. I don't know.
fair
It's been
enough.
too long.
Yeah, fair enough.
But Gregory Horror Shell, even like as a kid, this can scare you, I suppose, sure. But Gregory Horror Shell is effective, I feel, in that it still retains a level of suspense and tension and stuff, even playing it now. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know, just
What's
the setting, the gameplay loop and stuff. I just think it's more interesting than Luigi's Mansion. So I think that's the better game for me.
Yo, evil door?
Oh,
Let's go.
There's plants up here too. If you look around.
And I do have water with me right now.
Oh,
Whoa! Oh,
Power cut.
well, we're right fucked, aren't we?
that's scary.
That won'll do. I don't feel safe. Criminy, what a calamity. The electricity has gone out.
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
I
That
don't
lightning
feel
strike
safe.
just now must have cast a blackout. I can't see anything in this blasted darkness. The ghosts will have to rub of the place in the dark. Be careful, Luigi.
Oh, that's how you know we're almost at the end.
I don't know whether
Great.
ghosts didn't just turn the lights off to start with, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if they can do it.
They're probably lazy.
That, or they were saving it as like their trump card. It's like, he's starting to get all, he's starting to get cozy, comfortable, thinks he knows what he's doing. Check this shit out.
Burns the place
Buffer down a peg.
Go the Chaos Emeralds.
That's that. We have 3 of them, you know what that means.
And nothing.
But the fourth one's gonna be really annoying to get.
Yeah, exactly. Where is that damn 4th Chaos Emerald?
Where is that damn 4th Chaos Emerald?
I think there should be a mod, a fully voice acted mod for Sonic Adventure 2 that replaces them with Mario characters.
I think you should voice act in that one.
Yeah, I agree.
She's so good at Mario. It's almost like Mario's really here.
Ooh,
Who's there?
hello?
The door is shaking. That means it's real.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was.
Who puts a phone in the attic, really?
Hello.
Well, it is a telephone room.
Who is it?
Wait, isn't this a... Oh, well, I didn't even have a choice. It just happened.
Hey,
Wait,
you
this is-
motherfucker! We are calling for your car's extended warranty! You fucking idiot! Ha ha! You pick up 4 fuck you. get ghosted.
Oh,
That's not what it says.
but hold on, I don't even have a car.
No
I think-
refunds.
Oh, did you see it, gang? Did you see
Oh my
Luigi
God.
hanging himself in the background?
Nice guy.
He died. I'll just wait.
Happened?
Just look like above where I'm pointing in like the upper right corner of the game.
Okay.
Okay, I'm looking.
I assume there's gonna be another lightning strike.
No.
There it is. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? Do you
Oh,
see?
so scary, so scary, so scary. So
That's
scary.
so scary.
I'm
That's
scared.
Dark Luigi's
Dark
fucking
Luigi.
dying.
Look, Luigi, he's hanging on the ceiling.
Oh. So
Going to kill us.
You're safe.
I don't feel safe. So
feel
so for a long time that was like a thing that people believed is like, oh, they have like a very scary dark Easter egg where if you wait in this room you can see like the shadow of Luigi hanging himself.
This was quite clearly just a shadow projected onto the wall.
well, yeah, but it's like hanging, you know?
I guess I
Yeah.
think that's just the game bugging out.
Yeah, it is.
It is. It's
It's
the model not being able to place it itself.
Yeah, that is what it is, but it's cool that it creates that illusion. But yeah, people for a very long time thought it was real and serious. Ooh! Hanging Loki! Hanging Loki real!
Loki.
Oh my god!
No.
This is a very famous way that people hang themselves, where they hold the stance like they've got both feet planted firmly on the ground.
I know. But I can totally understand where the myth came from. Anyway, me
I get
Mixtape,
it.
thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Also, I have some eggies to catch up on. Let me just do that while we look at the scary illusion. Trans Girl Trish. Me Mixtape. Time to Fry. And Vex Fidel. Thank you. Wait, did
Can't
you?
believe Green Mario is dead.
It's fucked up. Luckily,
We should hold a
we
funeral for him.
still have Green Luigi at least.
So, the answer for us. Who is Phone?
Fine.
Hello? May I ask who's speaking, please?
Well, is this Luigi? This is not Luigi talking, right?
I don't think it's
Okay,
the-
I guess it's you then. All right.
Hello!
It's a Bowser.
No, that's not Luigi speaking. That's who was never one.
Hello? May I ask who's speaking? Please? Luigi?
This is a toad. Oh, it is a toad.
Oh, it's me, Toad! I didn't know I would have done. I would have done if the ghost had answered. Anyway, we have a terrible problem. The lightning caused the blood got all over the house. What should we do? We're really, really afraid of the dark. Isn't there a way that you can turn the lights back on? Huh? No, we don't know how to turn them on. We were hoping that you know. Oh, me. But now that I think about it, I do remember seeing a large breaker switch somewhere in the basement.
Fucking
You know, I think
finally.
they've been trying to fucking...
Wonder where that could be, Zoe. I've never
Why
seen
didn't
that
you
one.
hang up on me?
I didn't.
How many phones in this fucking room?
Hello?
Hello?
I was-
Howdy? Hello?
I think I know who that might be.
There he is.
Ah, sorry to surprise you, boy. It's me, Professor Egad. Sorry for disturbing you. I know I usually contact you by Game Boy Horror. What's up?
It's me, Professor Ika. You just hang up on me.
What the fuck?
What's wrong with him?
I've been nothing but good to him. I haven't been annoying at all, I think. But I thought I'd try his phone since you were in the room. You know that all ghosts avoid the light and hide in the dark. But listen now, there's one ghost who fled from the gallery who only hides in the darkest places. His name is Uncle Grimly.
His name is Dark Luigi.
If he's on the loose, then now may be your only chance to get him. Why don't you try looking for him before you get those lights back on? Might be wise. He's old for a ghost, but it's only made him more cautious. I do know, though, that for some reason he tends to prefer rooms with mirrors. Well, the ghosts are starting to approach your position. Be careful, Luigi.
Oh shit.
It's Pink Man.
Luigi, there's an ultra old ghost who lurks in the darkest of places. He's killed millions. His name is Uncle Steve.
Oh.
His name is Uncle Ben. He died from some kind of accident when he was old.
He keeps talking about spiders. No idea why.
One time I tried to ask him what happened. He said, I don't know.
I fucking love that pose.
Uncle Ben, what happened?
I don't know.
There's a time in every
Did I
man's
make
life
that?
when he
I don't-
becomes
I
a
feel like-
spider.
Didn't I make that version where he goes, I don't know?
I don't know.
Oh,
Did
you
you?
should. If you did, you should.
I feel like I made that. Wanna know a fun fact about the blackout section of this game? If it's not a spoiler.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know something about the blackout section. If you didn't, if you don't know.
Oh, I probably don't.
But
Okay.
I'll let Rutitera say what they want to say, and then if they don't say what they say when I'm thinking, then I'll say. If you do what I do, me see me know who. Me so who.
Zoe, I googled it, and apparently the
Okay.
version where he says "I don't know" was actually made by iFunny.
So,
Reclaim it.
I'm
so they might have
joking.
just taken it from me then.
Yeah, I cannot find the original.
Did you get all the plants in that balcony?
Oh. Do I get something special if I do?
You get money.
Oh,
Probably
yeah, sure.
jewels and shit. But yeah, Rutitera and I have the same idea.
Okay then. What's it there? I
It's
may say
basically
it.
purely about speedy
No.
spirits, the blue ghost, and the golden mice.
Okay. Let Rutitera say it. That damn fourth Chaos Emerald.
Rutitera says, basically now that the power is out, if there's any speedy spirits and golden mice that you didn't find, you can get them now. I'm pretty sure also the ones that you probably have like failed to capture are also reset.
Okay. That is a fun fact that I'm probably not gonna enter now. But thank you.
I know you missed one in Nana's room.
Okay. I don't super care though, because all I get is money, right?
Yes, and money actually helps.
Isn't it just for the ending?
Yeah, it's a ranking. It's for your ranking at the end.
Yeah, I don't care.
That's fair.
I'm just gonna quickly, like at the moment we get that part of the ending, I'm just gonna cut to a YouTube video of the best ending.
You switch this. Oh, look, there he is.
And it's like, oh, I
Still
did it,
image.
everyone! Wow, I'm so
Get
good
him.
at this.
Get him.
Whoa, I did.
Whoa! Oh. He had that shoved up his butt. How did he fit that there? What the hell? Oh, he's a ghost, that's why.
Oh, I forgot. Ow, fuck.
Best individual becomes billionaire. Disgusting.
Oh my god, wait, the toads are actually gone. I can't save now.
Oh,
It's fucked
well, you
up.
better find Uncle Grimly pretty
They're
fucking fast.
scared.
Yeah, where's Uncle
scared.
Grimly then? In the room of the mirrors.
Do you want to know, or do you want to figure that out?
I've been to a room with a big mirror, but I wouldn't fucking know where it is now.
Was it the dance hall?
Was it?
Was it? Was there a big man in the dance
I
hall?
don't know.
I know which room you're talking about. Do you want me to basically say whether or not that's the room you should go to or not, so that you don't waste time?
Sure.
Okay, not that one.
Okay.
Fuck you.
A room with a bunch of mirrors. I mean, it's
Of
gotta be a
course.
room I've been to before, right?
Yes.
Of course, the mirror room. How
I'll
foolish
tell
of
you-
us.
I'll tell you what though. It's probably it's one that you've been to a long time ago.
So it's probably on the ground floor. Then, oh no, wait, on the. Yippee! Is it where we are now then? Like what?
No.
Like in chapter one?
Yeah, in chapter 1. So what I would do is I would warp back to the foyer.
I mean, again, it's warp unless I have a mirror, can I? And if I had a mirror, then I'd be in the mirror room, and then it wouldn't be an issue.
What if there was what if there's an item that let you track down mirrors?
I don't think that's a thing.
I think there should be. I think they should mod that in.
Sure are a lot of ghosts around here for some reason.
It's because it's dark, Zoe. Yo, there's a mirror here in the foyer. There it is.
I know.
Who's the purple one with the MS Paint face? That's me. I'm Daya. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're Dire Fiend.
That's me.
Here, I'm going to shout you out.
That's me.
Oh yeah, dude.
Because, I don't think Clint's here at the moment, so...
Wow, I did
I
nothing.
better start doing this.
I just think it's neat that the devs give you a second chance for optional cash. That is nice.
If you want the best rank in the game, then yeah, that's good.
I wish that was real. Me too.
I'll give you a small hint. Where you were getting warmer.
Where I was, like up.
Where you were just now, before you just walked into this room, you were getting warmer.
Like the mirror?
To the room you need to be in. You were getting warmer, but not here.
Like up when I started walking up the stairs?
Yeah, you were getting warmer, and then you went back downstairs and you were getting colder. Oh, this isn't a scary game. This isn't a scary.
Shut up. I'm not scared, I was just startled. That's different.
Oh,
It's a they call it jump scare zone, because you're scared.
I want you to imagine I put a picture of Luigi in like the text chat, and with a speech bubble over what you just said. I wasn't startled. I was scared. I wasn't or whatever.
I wouldn't
Shut
have, I wouldn't have imagine Luigi in a dress.
Yay. Oh, hey, look, mirror. Oh, hey, look, we got him.
Yo, it's Uncle Grim looks like a dumbass.
He kind of does.
Hey, I'm Uncle Grimly.
Nobody will find me because I'm old and cranky by gum. People are afraid of me.
Keep telling yourself
I
that,
don't
bud.
know about that, bud.
This his ass look like Prince Charles.
That's him, it's Prince Charles.
He looks nothing like Prince Charles.
No, you're right, he doesn't look as decrepit.
It's true. Prince Charles is fucking
He literally just looked like a fucking corpse.
fucking Fallout Ghoul Prince Charles.
Yeah.
How you doing, smooth skin?
I fucking love. I fucking love those images that were just like, my life has been extended for another year. Those orphan sacrifices were well worth it. Shit like that. Cause he really just looked like a living corpse, like more so than
He
anything
really
I've ever
did.
seen in my life.
So much.
Like Weekend at Bernie's ass.
It's a good
God.
thing he died.
It is a good thing he died.
The Queen too.
Luigi is fucking do it scared personified. You're right. Oh, hey, look at him.
You can get it. Kill Uncle Grimly.
Yes, I will do it again.
I think he's already dead.
Yeah, well, that's what they said about Prince Charles.
Just like Prince Charles. Well, that's a gold on Uncle Grimly. Good job.
Yay!
He didn't fight back much.
I really didn't.
Old check, dead check. His ass is Prince Charles.
So true.
So real.
So real, so true.
Wowie. I
Died like a bitch.
like a bitch. Where'd all the toadsies go? Oh, can you freaking not? Can you freaking not?
When I send you to hell, tell Prince Charles like a bitch.
Died like a dog.
Luigi never lets his fear get in the way of doing what's right. That's so true. Now. Ooh, we are in the dark
What
zone.
if Luigi's Mansion had Roblox?
What?
I don't want to think about that. That's scary.
What the fuck does that mean?
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy?
Shut up.
I'm gonna ban you from
Actually,
the server.
shut up. Ow.
I think I said it last stream, but the Luigi's
But that's
Mansion
the
really
key for
knocked
that.
it out of the park with the light motif.
They did, yeah. Whoa, the roof. That's new, I think.
Yo, Luigi's Mansion in Minecraft.
That'd be cute. I like seeing things recreated in Minecraft.
I built Luigi's Mansion in Minecraft.
Why did I need a key for this room even though I didn't need before? It almost feels
don't
like it
know.
was supposed to be locked earlier. And that like explains why you can't use an obvious lever.
It makes sense, yeah.
So like, so I had to get Uncle Grimly.
Yes.
The way that it was phrased made it sound like a bonus ghost.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, but you know how this game
Lights
is,
back on.
unfortunately.
I mean, I don't. It's my first time.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were replaying this. I'm sorry.
No.
Nope.
You just didn't remember.
All the U-boats came back out because they were been afraid of the dark.
Yay.
Don't worry, everyone. It's safe now.
Mr. Beast video where he recreates Luigi's Mansion and then traps 100 people in it.
For $1 billion more billion dollars.
Luigi mentioned where he rolls down a hill. So he.
Chat's not gonna understand that.
No, they're not.
So he.
So he. Oh, what if we vacuum for realsies? Oh!
Look in the texture.
In the text, what am I looking at? So he killed 7 billion people.
I've captured thousands of restless souls in his mansion, and I'm going to send in my friend with nothing but a fleshlight and a vacuum, and the one who survives the longest gets $50,000. The one who survives the longest, you mean the ghosts?
Yeah, the ghosts.
What if the Luigi person in this scenario dies?
They
New
become
ghost, I
one of
guess.
the ghost contenders. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Look, I know Mr. Beast is like inherently evil, like due to just being rich, but like the fact that he's currently having the plan to like trap someone in a room for 100 days, and if they survive, they get money. That's just like he's getting more and more evil. I'm 90% sure.
Yeah.
What if we kissed in the room that you have to stay in 100 days for?
Do we have to stay in it for 100 days?
Or what if we kissed in it?
But like, in a scenario where we have to also stay in it for 100 days, or we're just sort of there for a second
no,
and kiss and then can leave.
I'm just asking you, what if we just
This
kissed
is
in it?
important. It's important context.
No, I'm
Kiss
all
for
asking.
100 days straight.
That's not what I'm asking.
Straight.
I'm sorry, 100 days gay.
That's better.
Thank you.
But even
you're
then,
not- so
no,
you're
that's
not
not what I'm
saying-
asking.
So you are not saying we have to stay in it 100 days and also kiss?
No, we would just. What if we kissed in there?
I'm so sorry, Di. I don't think of you that way.
Okay, that's nice.
Okay, but if look, I don't think it's that way either. But if Mr. Beast was gonna give me $50,000, then I would kiss Dyer.
Yeah, me too.
Just don't read too much into it, Dyer.
Yeah, that's no. I understand that. Chat, we are all friends here. It's fine.
Money's money.
Money's money. Yeah. Ooh. Scary Dorothy in that.
Like I'm not like a straight dude, so like, oh no, of course I wouldn't kiss a guy for $1 billion. It's like, no, don't be fucking stupid. You've made the objective wrong choice.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Like you may not be gay, but if you wouldn't kiss a guy for $1 billion, then you've just made a bad choice.
Yeah, you're just fucking stupid at that point.
Yeah.
That reminds me of this one post I saw on Tumblr where it was like, I don't get straight men or cis straight men.
Me
I asked, no. That they like I asked him if he would kiss another man for $1 million, and he said no. And then it said in the next post, update, she's a lesbian now.
Nice.
Nice.
Still the objectively wrong choice.
Absolutely.
I think it could probably finish the game. No.
Oh my god.
It's King Boo.
My
tell by
God,
his
that
hat.
cute little mustache, soft shoes.
What?
How did you get out of my... Huh? Wait a second. Your clothes are green.
No, hang on. Why did he say cute little mustache?
Hey, he's got a type.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna... Hold on a second.
Hey, you must be Luigi. Oh, you had me a bit confused for a moment there. What? You want me to lose Mario? Right. No. I will not give up my favorite decoration. I like Mario just where he is. Hey, so what's that you got there? A Poltergeist 3000? Uh-oh. What should we do, Booze? Good idea, guys. All Booze in this area, gather your strength. We'll blow him away. We'll take a big boo breath and blow you away.
Fucked up.
Oh my god,
So
no, they're
that's-
over here.
So that basically is telling you you don't have enough booze to fight King Boo.
Right, we need
So
one
he needs to
more.
blow you away.
Yeah.
We need literally one more boo. There's
And I'm
two-
trying to get him, but he keeps blowing me away.
What a beach.
I think instead
Fucking
of
hate that guy.
Green Mario, we should start calling Luigi Gay Mario instead. Because guys keep hitting on him for a reason. So.
That's true. Alternatively, though, I think we should start calling Mario Red
Straight
Luigi. No, sure. I was thinking Red Luigi, and we call Luigi Gay Luigi.
Gay
I mean,
Luigi?
Who is normal Luigi then?
Luigi. It's normal to. Being gay is perfectly normal. It's not a weird
Okay,
thing.
okay, but the fact that there's no like just Luigi makes it a bit weird that you're labeling Luigi.
Well, listen. He's very proud of who he is. Okay.
Okay, but wait. Consider.
So long, Bowser.
Yeah, that's homophobia.
What if you're just saying
not.
goodbye after a tennis
it is.
match?
No.
Also, I
His
just took a
name's
sippy,
not
but I'll
Gay
do another one.
Bowser.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Bowser's gay.
Gay
Bowser's
could be
bi.
Gay could be his first name. You don't know. You're assuming.
Okay,
Also
is
true.
he a good buy or is he Gay Bowser? Choose one.
It's first of all, it's so long.
Yeah, it's so
And-
long, gay Bowser.
Yeah, so first of all he's saying so long to him, so that's not his name. Second of all, it's his full name could be just Gay Bowser because Gay is a name, Gaye. Okay, that is a name. That's a real fucking name.
Good for a name.
Wait, I should save.
What's it? Gaye.
Yeah, look it up. I am 100% serious about this.
It's a French name.
Yeah, that's a name.
I gotta be honest,
This-
I feel kind of bad for
Totally.
any kids whose parents have called them gay. I feel like that's just mean, to be honest. Like, do,
Imagine
you know, do you know how painful their school life is gonna be since you called them gay?
well, not in France, maybe.
I'm pretty sure you're still gonna make fun of in France. Maybe even more so, because it's France.
Damn. That sucks.
Look, I'm just saying.
You would imagine you're called that by your parents, and you're like, "Oh my God, they called me gay," and then
Would
years
you rather
later
be
you're
called-
like, you're like, "Oh, that's why they called me gay."
Would you rather be called gay or skibbity? Like, come
Honestly,
on.
probably Skibbity. I'd give a Skibbity.
What do you mean called skibbity fucking toilet?
Over being called gay, at least there's some fucking. At least
Jody
they
kind
would-
of homophobic moments, internalized
At least they
homophobia
wouldn't have
moments.
been made fun of for the last 28 years.
No, you
The,
definitely.
la-
Okay, well,
the past year, then maybe so, but the last 28, like, I wouldn't have been made fun of. It's a weird name, sure, but like, I don't think there's much to work with there until like recently.
well, would you rather be called gay or stupid doo-doo head? Huh?
I guess I'd go
Jody
for
wants to
gay
be
in
called-
that. In
Yeah.
that
See. See.
I think Jody wants to be called a big stupid doo-doo head.
I mean, actually, I'd prefer to be called the name I chose.
Yeah, actually.
Actually.
Gay Skibidi is
these
a
two
wonderful
guys.
name for a baby girl.
Hey, bro.
Gay Skibidi, that's really good.
Remember,
Not
like,
get to show up on screen.
yo, Roshan.
Bro.
Hey yo.
Remember, one
So
of
we
these
had-
guys lies, one of them tells the truth, and the other one calls you gay.
The other one
Calls
doesn't
you
really
gay.
know what's going on, but calls you gay. Moves you a bit, come move. Dia.
Yo, was that Roshan Galaxy?
Maybe.
Joe, is it?
No, it's not.
Ocean Galaxy!
You're the second person who's done that.
Yay!
Only the second one. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah. The first one was actually on somebody on Piku's stream when I came into their chat.
Awesome.
like literally. And like I was like, nobody's ever called me that before, and Pico was like, "You're lying." you're
Were you?
lying, but
She would fucking say that.
she would. And no, that's actually my first time like ever being told that ever. Nobody's
Damn.
called me that, surprisingly.
Well, chat, this means that every single time that Rel is here, you have to call them that.
Ah, damn it!
We have to
Ocean Galaxy!
we have to keep the joke alive.
We have to.
Soup.
What if there was new soup every day? What a wonderful world we'd live in.
It's called
That would
Soup of
be-
the Day.
What? That's a real thing?
Yes, in restaurants.
What's the soup of the day?
What is a soup of the
What?
day?
Super today.
Saturday.
It's blood soup.
You almost made me spit in my water.
Soup of the
Yeah,
day.
you gotta spit it out and replace it with some good blood soup.
Some good Saturday soup.
Saturday.
Alright. A squeak squeak.
Yo,
Okay.
like a mouse.
Yeah. The Valve. The Valve.
The Valve.
They don't make games no more.
Soup of the Rayman.
Yo.
All they do is make
Hey.
Dota 2 and lie.
Stop! Hey, stop looking at me.
Bada bing.
Bada
Stop
bing.
looking at me. What are you fucking doing, eh?
Okay, well,
Fuck
stop
you.
looking at you.
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
Safe.
Hey, you're further back than you should be. You're clipping, bud.
Stop,
Do
stop,
you see that?
stop clipping,
Here,
asshole.
oh, I'll push him a little bit. Work it
Oh,
down.
thank God.
Oh, it was what I was
Why
worried
was
that
I
you
able
would
to
get
do
stuck.
that? That's weird.
What
Valve
the
did release Counter-Strike 2.
They did, yeah. Does it still get updates?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
it recently got an update which turned it into Counter-Strike 2.
Counter-Strike 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a whole new game.
Yeah, it's basically an Overwatch. I mean, not
Oh
even.
god.
I mean, kind of, I guess. I mean, they're not passing it off as a new game, at least. Like, I just have Counter-Strike 2 now.
Yeah. You didn't have to pay for it, unlike fucking Overwatch 2.
Ugh.
So it's not as bad.
Oh yeah.
That's good at least.
Isn't Overwatch 2 free?
Is it?
I mean, you
think
still
the first one
lose
was free.
everything. You still lose everything you had in the first game, didn't you?
I guess if you make a new account, sure.
Well, no,
I
like
don't...
if you have an account for Overwatch 1, and then
Here, let's ask chat. Chat,
okay,
you're experts on Overwatch 2, and because if you are, we're gonna just ban you.
we're gonna ban you. If you play Overwatch 2 or 1, we're banning you.
I don't care, it's Overwatch. I don't need any more reasons to hate Overwatch.
I've never played it in my life, and I never will. Yes.
Why
I
not?
played
It's
Overwatch
fun.
1, and then I was
it's
like,
boring.
this is boring. I'm so bored. And then, you know, all the scandals came out, and I was like, oh.
Exactly.
So that's why it's boring.
Good thing I'm not missing out on anything now.
Definitely not missing out at all. No.
Used to watch competitive Overwatch. I had the most boring competitive scene in the world.
Yeah, that feels like that sounds like it'd be really boring to watch.
I tried playing it Overwatch seriously when it first came out, but it was the most disempowering experience of my life, because what you do literally does not matter in that game. Like,
Yeah.
you as a player have no agency at all. It's like, either it's a team push or it's nothing, and it sucks.
Yeah. So there's all these O'Cloxies that aren't affected by light.
What's the time, Zoe? What is the time?
Is that a 4 or 5? No, it's 1. Huh? Wait, isn't this like incorrect?
Punch
1, 2,
it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I
There's
think you
only
should
there's
punch
only
it.
8
Yeah.
hours on there.
Fuck
That's how
off.
long a Mario Day is. Oh.
Oh,
A Mario Day is a... Oh.
a clue.
Is it?
Time to bring out your handy dandy notebook.
You guys doing anything?
Bum, 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 bum,
Okay.
bum, 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 bum.
Let me get.
There we go.
Alive!
Oh my god.
Oh, they're attacking me. Maybe?
Oh, fuck it.
Yep, they are.
Why are these ghosts like this?
Why are they
shoot you
attacking
with
me?
a
That
gun.
is so meansies. Ooh, okay.
Oh, you got one. You got him. You got him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It must suck to be
Ouch.
these ghosts. We just stand here and then you get to shoot Luigi if he activates the clocks.
I guess so. Yeah, would not be my favorite, what would be your favorite ghost to be in this game?
Piano ghost easily.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, fair enough.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You get to play nice music and be a pretty girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you Dorothy.
I'm thinking.
Incorrect. Wrong choice.
Wrong!
Wrong.
What ghost is your favorite? I guess Bogmire. Wrong!
Die.
Incorrect. Your favorite is Uncle Dumpy or whatever his name was. Uncle Dumpy.
Uncle Dumpy.
I forgot his name, what was it?
Uncle Grimsley. Grimly.
Grimsley.
Yeah, Grimly. Grimmy or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't care. Uncle Grime. Uncle Sludge.
Oh, I love Uncle
Grime?
Sludge.
Dude, Grime from Amphibia?
Oh
Okay.
shit.
Dice never seen a figure.
Ah, big sad seas, we should watch it.
I don't think so.
You
Why not?
don't?
Oh, man.
But it's really good.
Bad show to it, the worst show.
I kill you, you're no longer invited to my birthday
Get off of
party.
my stream.
Oh, I died.
Good
Oh, you
night.
did die.
It's been 1 million years since I saved. Wait, no, there was booze. No, I didn't catch any of those.
Uh-oh.
Let's see how far back.
Wait,
you
have
go.
you saved since the start of the stream?
I don't think don't think so.
We'll figure that out.
Zoe!
Listen,
no,
I
it's
kept
okay, it's
trying.
okay, it's
I kept
okay.
fucking trying to save, but toads were
Okay,
nowhere
well,
to be
hang
found.
on. You're here. You're here.
Yeah, well, that's just where you
Check-
start off.
And you're and well, hang on.
Alright.
Check your Z menu because if you have Grimly, then you're good. You don't have Grimly. You're not
Yep, nope.
Welcome to an arrow go chat.
I kept trying to save. There were no toads anywhere.
No, you're right. It's not your fault.
good. It means you have to go back and look at your flower again.
Oh, fucking Christ.
I love games
No
from
saving during the
2001.
blackout. The blackout was done for a while. I checked multiple toad save locations, and they were just nowhere to be found. I realized that they were gone during the blackout, but then I solved the blackout, and they were just still nowhere to be found. I couldn't save. This is wrong.
It really is amazing that no one considered autosaves for the longest time.
Seriously.
Like, why did it take us so long to invent autosaving in checkpoints?
Why did they not include continues? Why? Why did they have no fucking continues?
What were they
Well,
thinking?
also, oh my, wait. Oh god, it took me a second to realize what you were referencing. Oh my god.
Like, to me, you should, like, by default, your game should autosave. There are times where only being able to save at specific places can benefit, and that is, primarily during horror games, because it's like, it adds to tension, if you're like, oh, I have to make sure that I keep my resources and stuff and my health for the next save point. But not this one. This one ain't like that. Like Resident Evil, I do think benefits from having specific save points.
We get to kill Charles again. No.
Yeah, that's. What do you mean no?
So he's gonna do that during the break just to spite you.
Why would
You
I?
won't see any of it.
What?
Why would I spite Chad?
Oh, did you get your flower? I wasn't looking.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, yeah, she got the
Okay.
flower.
I
So I
wasn't
think
looking. I'm
it's
working on my
funny to
sprites.
spite chat.
This game is basically Kids Resident Evil. No, I think Gregory Horror Show it's Kids Resident Evil.
Yeah, I believe that.
I mean, it's got the herbs. It's got the colored herbs. It's made by Capcom.
The herbs.
Was it made by Capcom?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh.
I didn't know. I didn't know
Aw.
that. I know a
did.
lot about that game, man. I didn't know that.
Fake fan.
Gregory's badge.
Sorry.
Got him. Oh,
I know.
So sorry, Diane. It had to happen.
It didn't have to happen though. Could have just not happened.
It had to happen in our lifetime too.
Oh. I think I'm an outlive die.
There's a damn third Chaos Emerald.
There it is. I can't believe it.
Die, what's your opinion on the fact that I'm going to outlive you?
On the what?
Congratulations.
Thank
Fuck.
you.
Insane thing to say.
Insane.
You
I
can
think
be a
it's
little
very
insane.
normal to ask people their opinion on local news and politics.
What?
Local news and politics.
Oh, come on.
You fucked up now.
Thank you.
Imagine if you could not get that now. It's just stuck up on the balcony.
Oh, imagine
Okay,
if it like
Sorry,
Imagine if
John.
it fell off the
goes over.
side.
There was she's my Reagan that makes you only play games competitively. I
This is a
dodge
speed
it.
run now.
I dodge it. I don't want it. I deflect it.
Dyer, play this
I
game
eat it and
competitively.
chew it and then shoot it back at you, and now you only play games competitively.
Play the what now?
Kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. You do that to them, so.
Yeah, well, kind of
Why
fucked
are you
they
so
tried to
mean
do it to
to
me.
chat?
They tried to do it to me,
Hey.
you know?
Hey, so yeah, I grab you. Gotcha. I got you.
Grabbed.
I'm so glad with you. I'm literally so glad with you.
Grabs you.
You see that fucked up shit, Luigi? Holy fuck!
Luigi, why are you skipping through a dialogue?
Stop it!
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Luigi.
Hate that motherfucker.
Luigi.
Luigi.
Luigi is so mansion.
He is so mansion. It's so true.
Very mansion, yes.
Very mansion.
It's the phone.
Luigi.
Hello. I mean, hello.
Hello.
What if there was a dark Luigi?
Gang, I gotta show you guys something real scary. Pay attention.
Okay.
I'm listening.
I hate you forever now. You made me scared.
Skipping my dialogue. How dare you?
Battery!
Ow.
Hello?
Hello?
You good?
Hello?
Yeah, I got a car buried.
Okay.
Oh, you gotta get Uncle Dumpy.
Uncle Dumpy.
Uncle
Yes.
Dumpy.
That's not his name.
That's his name.
It's not his name.
How do you know? Did you read the dialogue? No, because I skipped it.
Okay, but we already read it before. His name's not Uncle Dumpy.
It's been so long, you know. Your memory it fails you.
Wow.
I see you're gaslighting me.
No,
Yes,
I am not gaslighting you.
that is exactly what you're currently doing.
If I was gaslighting you, I would admit it.
Would you?
I think this
I
is
don't
getting
think she
worse,
would.
actually.
Probably not.
No, if it wasn't, I would never I would never have to admit to gaslighting, because if it was genuine and you wouldn't even be able to tell that that's what I was doing, then I
Yeah.
wouldn't do it.
Oh, I was so good at gaslighting. You'd be able to tell I was gaslighting.
No, I'm saying that, like, if you wouldn't, I would only hold on. What I mean to say is, I would only gaslight you if it was totally obvious that I was.
I see, I see. So it wouldn't
Zoe,
even be gaslighting.
No, not really.
Zoe, I have a question.
Okay.
Do you like going backwards in your bike because you're backpedaling a lot?
Fuck you.
Damn. Damn.
I feel like I wasn't so much backpedaling as I was struggling to form a sentence.
I don't think you were backpedaling quite as much as you were digging a hole.
Welcome back to Twitch.tv. This is the roast of Zoe.
I don't want
We
to
love
get
Zoe.
roasted.
We love Zoe.
You don't want to get roasted, so maybe once.
Not really. I like it more when people, like, aren't mean to me on purpose.
What do
I don't
I
like
cook?
being roasted for 325 degrees Fahrenheit for 40 minutes in the oven.
I like that even less, I think.
Zoe, what if I cooked you a delicious roast dinner? You just...
I feel like any potentiality of that being flattering would just be discarded because it's weird.
What's weird? Me
Weird.
cooking your roast dinner?
Wait, making me one?
Yes.
Not
like,
making-
I
you
thought you
into
said
one.
saying
Not
that I
making you
like
into
saying
one.
that I was one.
No, just I
No.
just said cooking your roast dinner.
Oh, I did not. Okay, I did not hear it properly then. No, that would be
Yeah,
wonderful. I'd be
fine.
very happy about that.
Anyway, how would you like to be cooked into a...
No,
Not.
we're not cooking Zoe.
Please.
There's no cannibalism in this house.
It's fine, she's already dead.
I mean,
What?
I'm a digital fake ghost. Like, does that count as cannibalism?
No.
How you don't have a corporeal form, so...
None of my knees have a corporeal form.
Shit, you're right.
What about flesh Zoe? The rarely seen flesh Zoe from the Lego streams.
Well, yeah,
Flesh
like
Zoe.
real Zoe has a corporeal form. Obvious. God damn it.
No, that is oh so digital.
God, I wish. No, I want to be a robot. I don't want to be digital in the real world, actually.
God, imagine.
Flesh bot.
I'm really good at imagining that
Mario.
because I made it my my VTuber lore.
What, that you wanna be a robot?
Mario!
Sure, that too. No,
I want to be a real girl now. Oh. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm really good at stuff.
So he's like a reverse Pinocchio.
I
do you
feel
mean a
like
reverse
many
Pinocchio?
people in the queer community are reverse Pinocchios in that sense. A lot of people are just like, I don't want to be a human. I want to be
No, it's not
this
me.
sort of furry, or I want to. No, I'm not. No. I think Rose said me.
Oh, okay. I thought you said mean.
No, I didn't say mean.
She's a reverse Pinocchio. She tells the truth and her nose shrinks.
Until she has a lack of a nose.
Yeah, it's my nose
It
is
just starts going
concave.
inwards.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
But yeah, I feel that. We're in the reverse Pinocchio sense. Imagine there was an explosion as soon as you left.
Imagine if there's an explosion. What a wonderful world you've imagined.
I think that'd be so cool and nice.
Oh, nice and cool and awesome, and you're gonna get sucker punched.
No, I'm fine.
Thank God.
What an amazing world.
God has nothing to do with it. God, oh Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, that was close.
God has nothing to do with it. Jesus Christ!
Jesus Christ, on the other hand.
You won't believe what he can do.
Okay, now you go again.
Uncle Flumpty.
Yo, shut up, Flumpty.
It's Uncle Fucko, there he is.
Uncle Fucko.
Don't be mean to Uncle Fucker.
One shot,
Go
nice.
again, baby.
Get all the pearls.
Oh yeah.
I feel weird because like I love being human and having a flawed body. It's wonderful. I never put my brain in a database because I'm a programmer and I know that would turn out bad. Okay, well, that's allowed.
That's not. It's bad.
Obviously, when I say I want to be a robot, I don't mean put me in one of today's robots. I know that's not gonna go well, you know?
So she doesn't want to be in a database. She wants. I'm sure she wants to be in a closed-off system.
Yes. I do not want to be in a database. Fuck that. Have you seen Pantheon? Hell no.
I have not. No. Fuck you,
It's very
hacks
good.
you.
Can we just go fuck off? Jesus. Assholes.
Yo, it's Diaphine.
That's me.
Yo, awesome. That is one of my friends.
It is. What's with the third eye?
It's to see through your fucking bullshit.
Fucked up. Fucked up. You'd say that to me.
Oh, I got het uw. En also Nederlands praten. En je moet even een sipje nemen.
Oh God.
Oké. Oh, ik moet ook nog even uitrekken en zo.
Oh my God, ooh, dodge.
I hate you, Dutch.
Hey, where am I? Ja, zo. Oké. Oh, nou, dat was hem alweer.
That was it. Alles tegelijk.
Alles tegelijk. What does that translate to?
Everything at once. Wow, here we go, gang.
Break a room.
Got that done in record time.
Yeah. Last time I just sort of fucked around in this room for a little bit.
And found out. For a little
And
bit.
found out. That was my least favorite part.
Now you should go to the foyer and see if the codes have returned.
Booby hatch?
What?
Like a boob window,
could-
but mechanical?
No way.
I couldn't read it because of the screen share.
It's just.
What, is it broken
It's
again?
in here. I
It's
swear
broken,
to God.
yeah. It's been broken for a while.
You guys gotta tell me, dude.
Oh no! Well, it's the same problem as like the.
It's all-
Yeah, but
beginning.
just
Yeah.
has it been that way the entire time?
Oh yeah, the entire
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
even weirder because that wasn't even the case when I was playing Xenoblade.
That's
Hold
weird.
on, I'm gonna restart Discord and see if that fixes it.
Okay.
Maybe.
We're gonna be
Goodbye.
gone
Gonna
for a
die,
bit.
chat.
Bye.
Okay, bye
sure.
everyone. Oh, my friends have died. I killed them. I snuffed out their lives. That's fucked up, Chad. How could I do that? But it had to be done. Yes, a necessary sacrifice. Big sadsies. I did what I had to do, exactly. Hello?
Hello.
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 Let
So-
me know. Let me know if this happens again.
Let's see.
Also, the trainer card
so-
fight is very, very good, Jody. I mean,
Yep.
fucking die.
I'm-
God.
Thank you. I worked very hard on it. I'm very talented.
No, you
forever. No, fuck you. I did.
Sometimes we can still hear their voices.
No, if only.
So far it's fine.
Okay.
But that's because there's a still image.
Yeah, it's a still image. Oh.
Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
still
fine.
there. It's
Wow.
It's still watchable. Like it's not we're not being denied the experience.
Okay.
sure.
Discord, fix your goddamn shit.
What the fuck, Discord?
Why is Discord so goddamn bad? Like, they just. Ugh.
Yeah, we use it all the time.
I mean, it's
'cause
the only program.
we don't have a good alternative. That's the issue.
Yeah, let's go back to Skype. Why not?
Let's go back to
God.
MSN Messenger.
I think we should. I think we should start using IRC channels again.
Let's go back to TeamSpeak.
Let's go back to Pester Chum.
That's not a real one. That's a
That is
fake
a real one.
Mario.
No, you've made that one up. It's
No,
fake.
it's real. It exists.
No, it's fake. You've made it up.
Fuck off. It's a real program you can download.
This just doesn't mean it's a real fucking thing.
Why not? What do you mean?
Is it an actual chat program you can
Yes.
download?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Okay, well, it's still not real.
But it is. What do you make? What are you talking about?
No.
You're being so stupid.
If you move to Pestachum, I'm not deleting you as a friend.
Okay, well that reflects worse on you than it does on me, I think.
I'm deleting you from the hard drive you're saved on.
No, I'll die. Why would you kill me?
You know the
Good.
reasons.
Good.
You know
killed
the
me.
reasons, so...
I don't. Good.
Good.
funny.
Good.
Good. You killed me. Good.
You've killed me. Also, yes, Pestachum is in fact from Homestuck, but it's also a real program.
Oh God! Don't remind me.
No, I will.
Damn
Listen,
it.
Ro, if you're gonna come on this channel, you gotta be okay with hearing about Homestuck.
Fair enough. Fair
It's
enough.
not. It's not a constant, but it is gonna keep happening.
I think...
It's as a former Homestuck fan, I'm not really gonna complain.
Former coward.
What do you mean former? What do you mean?
I think we should stop
Literally dropped down
Homestuck
and
out.
reading it after a while.
No, go down there. Don't go in there. Don't do it. Don't go in there. Don't do it. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Don't do it. No!
Ah!
Homestuck was stomping out. Deleted from the internet.
I completely forgot to like read Homestuck 2's update that released recently. And I have heard literally nobody talk about it, so...
No.
I've heard bits and pieces about it, about the fact that there's an update, but nothing more than that.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's just, like, all I saw was people going, what do you mean there's an update? What? And then nobody read it, I think.
Yeah, and then everyone shut up. Like, again.
Everyone's like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I'll, like, read that later or something.
Like, the
and
next
then
day, it might
we all
not... It
didn't.
might as well not have happened.
I know.
Because no one said anything since there was an update. I think we should read it on stream.
Wait.
Like, that'd be funny, actually.
Oh my God! Like, imagine like if Freaking
That's the next book nook is you starting to read the entirety of Homestuck and then move on to Homestuck 2.
No, I've got other things that I have to. Hello, Toad.
No.
Thank God that I have to book nook. I've got a Yuri novel, and
Hell yeah.
And some stories of Celtic legends and scary stories and such.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Some stories of daring do.
Why
Daring
is Daya's mouth
do-gooders.
moving?
Why is it moving? I don't know.
Daya, why is your mouth moving? Okay.
Are you alright?
No.
Also, yeah,
good.
Kirkhead, it's the one you bought for me. It's other side picnic.
Oh.
Yes, I was
Daya's
given that for
always
my
speaking.
birthday.
Yeah,
What?
Dia's
Okay, what the
constantly
fuck?
speaking.
Why is...
Wait,
that
I'm
is weird.
stuck.
Hold on. Let me go.
I just
let
realized
me go
I'm
to...
stuck. I'm not moving.
Oh wait,
me go
didn't
to-
this happen on your
Hang on, let me go-
channel too when I was posting on yours,
Wait.
Jody?
I think it might have done, yeah.
Yeah.
Am I frozen as well?
Yeah, here, let me try leaving a sec. I'll rejoin. See if that fixes
I'm logging into Fugitech right now.
Yeah, like let me look at Fugi as well.
I'm just gonna keep playing the game.
Okay, I'm back.
I
I did not disappear even for a second, so...
Wait, where do I go? What's going on? Where are we?
You're
Chad?
still frozen on my end.
Yeah, I
Chad,
didn't
what
even
the-
vanish on stream when I left the, left the
Let
call,
me
so...
hold on.
That's
Let me
so
just-
weird. Maybe
Hold
re-
on,
maybe
I'm logging
refresh
into
it.
Fugitech right now. Okay, let me check the stream now. Since I've now...
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Okay.
Have you refreshed on your end, Zoe?
I
At
am-
the browser source?
Help
I'm
us,
trying-
we are stuck.
She is trying.
Okay.
I made this face and then the wind changed and it stayed this way.
Oh. You boop, boop, boop. Nope, still frozen.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. Jeez. Give me a
Calm
fucking
down,
break.
Roshan.
No, come on. Alright.
Okay, try again.
Yellow?
Hello?
Nope.
No. What the heck?
Well, I think it might just be a Fugitech thing.
Well, I guess
Awesome.
we're dead forever.
Actually, I'm
I
blaming
also-
Discord.
Yeah,
Discord is a fuck out right now.
Also, I died.
yeah, Dice is gone.
Yeah, where are you gone? What happened?
You have Daya?
Do I fucking know?
Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
you should.
Well,
Oh,
I
I'm
guess
back.
my friends are just either talking constantly or not.
Roshan, you
Awesome.
can never speak again. I'm sorry.
God
Sorry,
damn it.
Me and Dara are stuck speaking so we can speak, but Roshan is not allowed.
No. I'm speaking telepathically right now. You guys can still hear me, but I'm just not moving my mouth.
Ah, of course, one of your many vampire space cloud powers.
It's me, girl, the Roshan, speaking to inside your brain.
Wii U.
Also,
I know that console.
What an
my Discord
annoying
is just
thing to be
stuck
inside
leaning
my
on
brain.
Dinah and going, It's true, that is what Jody's doing right now.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just singing the Boulevard of Broken Dreams forever.
Brr,
I walk a lonely road. Oh, there was a Sonic sticker at one point.
Oh, is it? Oh, I forgot to do
Also,
this.
Tenebrous Forge, thank
Here
you
you
very
go.
much for the egg. Oh, and Roshan, thank you for the egg also.
You're welcome.
But the Sonic sticker is
Boop, boop, doop, boop, doop.
another vector on Jody. What? Guys!
Can I stop
Okay.
vetoing this joke?
Oh yeah, like if you think it's too much, you should absolutely say it.
Yeah, I'm starting to
Yeah.
veto this joke. I'm getting sick of it now.
Yeah, that's
Like it's
totally
fun
fair.
to play with when we're playing a Sonic, when we're playing a Sonic game, but the fact it's bleeding into other games is starting to get slightly annoying.
Oh, you got another one.
Well, it's not another one. This is Omega.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Right. Okay.
I meant to
Yes.
say it's another Sonic sticker, not, yeah. Wherever.
Put him here. I'm gonna put Omega on chat, and I've told him to be very, to be very menacing towards you guys to make sure you guys know not to make the vector joke anymore.
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
Because it has run its course. Check.
It has.
It had an arc. It had an arc. Jody had showed goodwill, and we are stopping the joke.
You know,
Especially when it's not has nothing to do with Sonic. We're in a Mario game, Luigi game.
No. Just in general, it has nothing to do with what game we're playing. It started during a Sonic game, and it was fun then.
Yeah, I played along for a bit, but you know, not. It's over now.
Plus, you didn't say you hate Vector.
No, I never said I hated Vector at all.
You just commented on his design. That's it.
Yes. You all drove me to hate him. That's what you've done.
But it's over now.
Yes.
It's over now. This is now a mighty armadillo stream.
Pro or against?
Pro. Is
Okay,
he an
cool.
armadillo?
Yeah, he's Marty the Armadillo.
Marty.
Marty the Armadillo.
Oh wait, I just realized I still do have the mighty sticker I made as an emote. I took away the Vector and I still got the mighty tick.
What a good use for your slots.
I know, right?
Fuck, dude, wow.
Morty the other demo.
Wait, hold on. Wait, is there a pangolin in the Sonic universe?
I don't think so.
No.
There should be.
Pangolins are
Knuckles
good.
the
I
Echidna.
love pangolin, but that's not making
Penguins
that.
are great, and they are an endangered species.
It's true.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
I think no
all
species should be
all-
endangered.
I agree, but I think all species are endangered as long as humans are around.
Yeah.
Get
And
rid
they
of
don't
us.
do it. And they don't do anything about it.
I don't know.
I think we should limit all species to both a max and a minimum of 100.
It's not going to be enough, though.
Enough for what?
Life in general?
No, it's fine because we've equaled it all out. Like it's the actually the perfect amount.
Hold on, I feel like I might have been playing the game wrong the entire time.
Oh really?
How so?
I'm not... Because I can't... There has to be like a way to avoid taking damage while you're in this state, right?
You just gotta pull back because if you let him drag you around, you lose health.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
I'm being attacked by other stuff while it's happening.
That's like kind of a challenge.
They're shooting you, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but surely I should be
so-
able to avoid that.
It's also like has a. It's one of the things where you have to remember which one is the ghost to like vacuum for like the pearls, so that
What?
yeah.
No, but like how do I avoid, like how do I dodge during that when if I keep having to pull away from the ghost? Make sure I don't take damage that way.
Daya?
What? Sorry, I zoned out there.
Did you?
She's being barraged.
Ow. Okay.
Zoe, stop being barraged.
It's not up to me.
Oh.
Oh, I died! Oh no! Oh no!
How did you die?
Health went down.
Well,
Okay, well, but what killed her?
A ball.
Ball.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
I didn't know those did damage, to be honest.
yeah, they
Oh
do.
yeah, they did.
Anything you throw at me that costs points does damage.
Oh no.
Oh, you meant on stream? I thought you meant in the game.
No.
Oh. Oh, well, I can't see stream because I'm watching the Discord share.
Fair enough. Also, Dragon Catman, thank you very much for the lurk. Enjoy.
Hey Ed.
Anyway, what are we gonna get?
Better
That'd be a good one.
Woo! You're in the flesh now.
Yo, now it's
not
cannibalism.
Nope, I am still a digital entity.
Okay, but
You know what I mean.
theoretically it would be capitalism.
Yes.
Capitalism, cannibalism.
Yeah,
Not
so-
the cannibalism part.
I mean, what's the theory?
What's the difference? Like if you were
What's the difference?
if you were real, then it would be
I am real. I'm really digital.
yes.
really did.
Really?
Yes. For sure, Z's. Hello, I'm normal. I am no longer mentally ill.
He's being a ghost of mental illness.
Yep.
Oh. Sorry to hear that. I'm glad they
Oh my
killed
god,
you.
it's the 6 o'clock booze. Whoa,
The
what
6
a
o'clock
house.
booze. Oh.
The 6 o'clock boobs! Oh,
Ow.
booze.
Play on the news.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
6 o'clock boobs. What the fuck
I
you
thought
on about?
I thought like if you start drinking at 6 o'clock, you know, booze.
You would know.
AM or PM?
Man, whatever you feel like. I don't judge.
Well, I can't say much because I don't drink. Ah!
How do you? Oh. Well, guess we'll just step on that thing in the toy soldier room.
Have you
Always
saved?
reassuring when someone says out loud that they're normal. How else will you know? This is a crazy world,
I'm
you
not.
know. It's good. It's good to have some confirmation, you know. Are we only allowed to redeem one egg? Yes, only one egg per stream, because it's like a community project, you know.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say?
I've been wanting one of these for quite a while.
A doll head?
A robot
Yeah,
doll
he's
head?
been, yeah, he loves it.
Okay, Luigi.
Luigi's
Normal,
a very
what's that?
specific range of interests.
I guess so. Oh, bum.
Bomb. Not a bomb.
Bottom.
Oh my god.
I sort of was assuming this would bring us down.
Bombs.
Oh.
Lamb.
Not
Bombs?
bomb.
You want it?
You want it?
It's yours,
It's yours,
my
my
friend.
friend.
As long as you have enough rubies.
That was a weird echo. What's going on?
What is happening?
It's yours.
It's mine. You can't have it.
Take it away.
This is mine.
I can't like rotate the camera sometimes. This is or like my aim sometimes. Very weird. I think I like get locked on something, but I'm not actually aiming at it. It's weird.
God.
I'm sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're little.
When you were a little richer.
Sorry,
An
Link.
echo.
I can't use Reddit.
You have to. Yep. Not me forgetting like Zelda CDI quotes.
You would
This'll
never.
make a great omelet.
Here, dude. Thanks. That's my
I didn't even
favorite.
know that one.
Let me.
Not
Let
off
me.
the top
Let
of
me
my
get
head
it.
anyway.
I'm,
No, I want to
There's
fix
a lot of
them.
them.
I want to beat the game. I
I'm
want to
sorry,
kill
Link.
Luigi at the end of the
You're
game.
gay.
Congratulations, Link. You're gay.
Also, I put like a little thing in the stream text.
I'm sorry, Link. You're a little bitch.
Bitch.
What am I doing this for? What are we
are you
chat,
doing this
What are
for?
we doing this for, chat? What is the
What
point of
are we-
anything anymore?
What are we doing here? Just to suffer?
Why are we still here?
So we
to
can have
suffer.
nihilism up.
Where do we draw the line? Let me get the CDI like a CDI. Bleh, the thing I was talking about. Zelda cutscenes. There's a
Sometimes the
lot.
hard is I don't understand how this shit works. What's the point of playing any game? Funny, ideally. Maybe a really good story. You know, story that makes you like reevaluate how you see things, such as Goodbye Volcano High.
Ooh, I still need to play that.
You must. Everybody
want
must.
to. I need to
It
get
changes your life. Are you having fun? I'm having some fun.
it. Where is the? Sorry.
Whoa. Sealed room.
Whoa, it's a secret.
It's a secret. What is that again? It's Battle
That's
Block
Battle
Theater.
Block Theater.
Yeah.
Battle
Yo, we
Block
got the
Theater.
golden room.
Golden.
And Tyrannosaurus, thank you very much for the follow.
It's a secret.
No, everybody knows now.
Also,
It is now a secret from nobody because all of chat has seen this. Chat, remember this. Remember what they tried to keep from you.
Well, they could forgive first.
Beep beep doop doop.
I should see where this room is, probably. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's a sealed room.
Yo!
That's a room without any doors.
Whoa.
Well, a thing.
Zero doors.
Mario.
It's just like Half-Life.
Sure.
What?
The room without any doors.
Oh yeah, where you like can see the G-Man and stuff, and it's like, well, there's no that kind of stuff. You mean, right?
No, I mean the layout of Half-Life's just nonsensical. All the rooms just don't have doors that into them.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Oh wait, right. That one room you showed me that didn't have any. Yes, I remember now. Yeah, where you just like enter through a pipe and exit through like a different pipe or some shit.
Yeah, and there's no way into the room at all. Yet it has stuff in it like someone would be working here.
Yeah, it has like soldiers and shit.
Yeah.
Huh. Ah, this will be a mirror, I assume. I know everything!
You know everything?
No. Where did you get that idea?
The fact you just said you know everything.
I don't think I did that.
You did. It's
Proof?
recorded, in fact.
Do you have proof?
Yeah, I do have proof. Yeah, I can clip it right now.
Show it to the class.
Okay, I'll
Chet, I need you to clip me saying that I definitely didn't say that as a counter argument.
That's not an answer argument, though. That's just a lie at that point.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Daya, back me up here.
Huh?
Say Daya.
I'm like completely just out.
That's alright, bud.
You good?
That is not good.
Daya's just here for vibes.
They vibing.
That's allowed.
Who are you?
I don't know.
Oh, that's sad. I am
Is this
sad.
ants? Oh, it's horses. It's really weird horses. I thought it was ants.
I think you should hold your horses.
Oh.
They're really big. Horses are really big. You ever think about that?
They are kind of big.
They are actually. I actually used to do horseback riding some time ago for a bit, and they are big.
Like I've posted in chat evidence of the things you said. So now everyone can see.
I don't. And we'll see about that. Fuck. Ugh. Hold on. Let me copy. There we go. This just opens stream chat.
Wait a minute, what?
I don't think copying works the way it should when I try to copy
No,
a link in
probably
chat.
not. Why would anything ever work?
Right? That would be too convenient and nice and friendly and such.
Nothing's nice and friendly in this world.
Yippee.
Beep.
Yep.
Let's see. Huh. Ah, this will be a mirror, I assume. I know everything! Oh yeah, that's what I said. I forgot what this bit was about.
You said I did that for fuck's sake, Zoe. You're just continuing the bit while completely forgetting why we're doing the bit.
Yeah! Also, that's true. I don't like working for capitalism. Yeah, I don't think anyone should work. I think it's good,
So
actually.
true.
True.
Okay, so we can go there now. So I guess we will. I have very deep thoughts and plans and such.
Oh yeah.
Such as I wish Luigi had his flashlight out right now so I can make him spin funny.
Yo, so true.
Imagine how funny it would be if Luigi was spinning around right now. I feel like I really didn't appreciate the ability to make Luigi spin in a circle while walking enough before I lit up all these hallways. And now we live in a sad world where I didn't do that enough, you know?
You're not a sad world.
It's a bit very sad worlds like that song, you know?
Okay.
All around me are ghosts.
It's like a Mad World for the Nintendo Wii.
It is! I thought it was called Sad World though.
No, it's
Like
called Mad World.
the song.
Mad World, yeah.
Whee!
Whee!
Look, we're in the sitting room, the only room where you can sit.
The only one where you're allowed to sit. If you sit anywhere else, you will be banished.
Yep.
You don't want to be banished, would you?
And there's something kind of sexy about that, I feel.
That's, yeah, but banished, you might want to go for a banished guy, you know. It's kind of a dangerous allure there, you know.
Exactly, right? That's what I'm saying.
Cool, they get banished from maybe some dark magics. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, right? Or like standing up against government,
Oh yeah,
the
that'd
corrupt
be cool.
government. Maybe doing dark magic in order to stand up against the corrupt government.
Yo, you cooking?
Yeah, right?
I definitely think a banished girl is the way to go.
Oh, wait.
Writing this down. just on a big notepad, it just says a banished girl on it. You have to put it up on the
Kinda
wall.
hot.
Just leaning over the bottom like, hey girl, you want to get banished?
Whoa!
That was loud.
Yeah, because it was a bunch of overlapping.
Why would we banish girls? How do you know?
We wouldn't, but the corrupt government would, because they did dark magic,
Exactly.
which is only dark according to their word. Like, they called it dark words, you know what I mean? Or dark magic, whatever.
The dark magics. Please name some examples of the dark magics.
Spawning food.
Damn,
so that people wouldn't have to, you know, work for their food.
Damn, that sounds like a pretty light magic to me.
Well, yeah, but the government says that it's dark magic because like it pulls
Money from the economy.
Yes, I was gonna say it pulls matter out of the ether, which is like a weird.
But no, it's because it pulls money from the economy.
Well, yeah, that's a real reason, of course. But like they say that it's because the magic is unnatural.
Oh yeah.
Did I show you that comic that was on Tumblr
I
recently?
believe ya. I hate you. That's my favorite ghost
I
now.
hate you.
I am
Bolivia, I hate you! I hate you!
Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Let's just go back into this room.
Where is... There it is.
Oh my god, it's Bolivia who hates us.
Why Bolivia?
Why does she hate us?
All magic is
Hooray.
unnatural. How fucking dare you tell me
Fuck
this,
you.
Forge?
Bad.
Bigots, get out of here.
Fantastic! Way to go, Luigi! Okay, now take me to Boo and a prayer.
A boo and a prayer?
Send me a
Nice,
bow and a
play.
prayer.
I like how the stream party is censoring the Game Boy. Get the shit out of here! It's Game Gear Nation. We're shielding you guys from the scary Dr. Hop Hop, you know?
Dr. Hop Pop, yes.
People should be allowed to do food magic, I agree.
So you do think magic is unnatural. You do think that humans should not be able to summon fire, but you do think they should be allowed to do food magic. Okay.
You think you might have some...
Sans.
It's a bit too nuanced, in my opinion, to be honest.
Also, unnaturalness is beautiful. Correct.
It's true.
That's why I gotta be a robot.
That's why I'm a space cloud.
Oh, magic being unnatural is sick as fuck. Oh, you're actually...
Oh,
it was all a positive. I see now.
What is unnatural? Like, everything that's possible is natural.
I think...
What does it mean for something to be unnatural?
I don't think it matters. I think you should go with the vibes. I think vibes are more important than anything.
Fair enough. I am unnatural then.
You got vibes.
Hell yeah.
Have you seen gardens and buildings? On occasion. I've been, you know, outside and seen buildings, and I've been to like places where there were gardens. I've been to like some large gardens.
You've been on the outside?
Yes. I mean, technically, I'm inside a building, so if I'm looking at the walls, I'm seeing a building, right?
That's
Not as silly. Thank you very much for following. Welcome. Anyway,
Be careful, Luigi.
no. We had now enough ghosts to beat the game.
Yay!
Is that Pomni? Oh.
Pomni?
It's that Pomni!
Pomni!
Pomni! I've snorted a suitcase full of cocaine, and I'm feeling the effects.
We found the daughter. She's Madsies, I think.
Go away!
Hold on, let me find it.
Leave me the fuck alone!
You've suited a snort case full of happy.
I suited a snort case full of happy. It was so good.
That was amazing, yeah.
The only good
did you
law that the High Council's passed recently was making it illegal for geomancers to create kidney stones.
I agree. That was pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just about it. This is a weird ghost. I mean, seems like a person so far. I can't judge yet.
But remember, gang, there is nothing more natural than being declared unnatural.
That's true. There's nothing more natural than two girls who love each other very much.
So true forever.
I went with the bed, I promise. Okay.
I promise.
You fucking child. Pomni, go!
Wet the bed.
There's
Kill-
nothing more
kill
natural
Pomni.
than two girls who love each other very much. And I'm a nature photographer.
Why are you sitting like you Pomni on fire? How dare you?
Listen, I gotta try. I gotta try things.
Pomni.
Pomni!
God, I'm never gonna get over that. It's so good.
I'm never gonna get
wait,
over
I
that
know.
either.
Oh, well, I thought maybe
what's
the
the name of
red
that?
one's fire, the blue one's water, but
Why are you trying to... Why is this room upside down anyway?
That's
funny
The point.
ghost things.
Pain is enrichment for digital beings? Is that true? Zoe?
No, it's not.
that sounds
That's
like
not
something
true.
King would say.
That sounds like something a
I don't know if he
psychopath would
would.
say.
Well, who would say that though in digital circus? Ah,
No one would. Ow.
No.
That's not a normal thing to say. Like,
No.
Kane,
I mean, it's not.
Kane might be like the person controlling the digital circus. Kane is not an asshole. Kane is
True,
trying
he's
his
not.
best. The concept, for those who don't know, the concept for the Amazing Digital Circus was, what if I have no mouth and I must scream, but Am was nice and just didn't really understand humans. That's what it's about. Kane is not an evil mastermind, like toying with them. He is just trying to do good to them. It's just that he doesn't really get how, and he
Yeah.
can't give them what they actually want, which is an exit. He would not say pain is enrichment for digital beings. He would just be like, I'm trying to do something fun. I'm sorry it didn't work. You know?
true.
If he like hurts them.
I think I was thinking of someone else.
Pain is not enrichment for the digital beings, it's the enrichment for me.
Digital beings' pain can certainly be enrichment to some people, though.
That's fucked up.
It is. Did you know that there are people who legitimately believe animals can't feel pain?
That's stupid.
Yeah, those people are freaking
That's
stupid.
It is stupid. Like, how could you say that? How is
Some
that
people
a
are
thing
just
you could
fucking
possibly
stupid.
say?
It's beyond stupid.
What the fuck do we do, dude?
Nothing.
Well,
I guess.
you scanned her heart already, yeah?
Yeah, she doesn't want to, but oh.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Dear.
Get wetted, bitch.
No, you've wetted me. It was you who was the bitch the entire time.
Oh no, Pomni is coming to kill me.
You're stupid.
A typical day in the circus, in a digital circus.
Pomni, kill that bitch.
No. It would be like, kill that. Yeah.
I'm smallsies.
Because
No,
they don't
it's-
curse in the digital circus. Remember that.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's right.
They're not in the digital circus in Luigi's mansion.
Pomni, I
The
need you
sound
to kill
effect.
that little.
Nice.
I need
I
you
imagine-
to kill that.
I wonder, because I imagine that that Kane cannot swear. Like, he is just physically incapable. The other ones can swear, but it gets censored. I imagine Kane can swear, but I wonder if there'll be a part of the show where he does, or like he's driven to
Legally
a
cannot
point.
swear.
None of them can
Not
legally
within
swear.
his thing.
Probably like,
Pomni, strangle that green little twink.
is Luigi a twink? He's got a
God.
mustache.
Is Twink a swear?
No, twinks don't usually have body hair.
Yeah, right? That's like the whole point, is like they just look like,
A dude,
Young.
like a normal guy, yeah.
well, not like, no, like a,
guess-
like,
Kill.
Well, Zoe, I guess you're just gonna have to come back later.
I don't wanna.
Gonna come back later when you have the flip the room upside down power.
This works sometimes. Why can't I not do it now?
Kane may
Game bad.
Kane may not be evil, but he's probably a Paw Patrol apologist, which is irredeemable.
So
Yeah, you know what? He would be. Yeah. Which is in fact irredeemable.
A cabin cleans
Maybe
his fucking class trainers on the Paw Patrol.
Oh. Ooh. Oh my gosh.
What's happening?
Ooh.
What have you done,
What was
Zoe?
that?
What was that? Oh, whoa.
Oh, before you run out of water, you see that potted flower painting?
Oh yeah, you told me about that.
It's ruined now.
It's ruined.
Wow, you lied to me.
I thought I definitely remember being able to do that with some paintings. I don't know. Whoa!
Di, I will never trust you again. I hope you know this.
I never trusted you to begin with, and now I feel validated.
I thought Twink was like body type. Like, certainly facial hair isn't common, but no, I mean, oh, Crimson Pleasure, thank you very much for subscribing. As far as I interpret Twink, body type certainly comes into play. There are certain body types that are more accepted as being like a Twink thing. But it's much more the how someone presents themselves, the type of clothes, the way they do their hair, the way that they shave all of their hair except for on their head.
Slim built is a better way of putting it for Luigi.
Oh yeah.
Bonita.
Bonita. Aw, they're so pretty.
Wow, they definitely don't look identical to every other boo.
What in the god, Glenn?
No, god damn it, I almost had him.
Do you or do you not feel bonita?
Bonita. You nearly got all of them.
I mean, I don't have to go, keep going though.
You don't, but yeah.
Lemon ba.
I mean, do I care? Do I care to get all of them? Cause
It's estrogen time. Yay.
Wow.
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 Wow, everyone. It's
Bad news, everyone.
Oh?
We have your mother in a whirl.
What?
Well,
But good news. Good news. Good news. You've torn your dress.
Oh.
That's good
good
news. In this scenario, it's good news.
Okay, that's good.
Big news.
Luigi might not be a twink, but he would fit into the village people perfectly. Also, he would. Luigi, more so than Mario, would really fit into the village people for real.
You're right. Oh my god.
He really would. That's such a big brain thought. That's really good.
Like I had to. It took me a second, but I'm like, oh my god, you're so right.
Also, Natazili, thank you very much for your egg.
It may be.
I'm missing two.
Also, I'm gonna say it may be time, but I have something to do right now, so I'm going to leave.
Okay, thanks very much for coming, Ro.
Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Do Crimson Flesher and Viridescent Fae. Here we go. You still there? Ro?
huh?
No,
No,
it's
Rose
gone.
gone.
Oh, well, Rose PNG is still
Yeah,
there.
we won't vanish because it's broken, so.
Turn it off yourself.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
yes. It is. Why does Discord break everything forever? During the break, should we just like all leave the call and then restart it, see if that fixes it?
Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay. So, everyone, it is 9 p.m. my time, which means I have to go do my ester gel. During this time, we will take a 20 or so minute break. I'll put on some nice music for you all. And during the break, please remember that if you have to do any medicine, please do so. Or at least remember to do so. Make sure you stay hydrated. Get some snackies, stretch your leggies. And we'll be back to do a few more rooms. We shouldn't have that many more, I assume.
Yeah.
And then we can beat. Well, actually, we can just go beat the game right now, I guess. Right? We've got. Well, apparently you need a key for the final door, and we don't have that, but we have the booze. Well, anyway, we'll probably beat it today or something. But for now,
Sure, we will.
ideally. For now, I will see you guys in roughly 20 minutes. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye bye.
Bye, everyone.
that. Hello.
Hello! Jody won't be right back.
Okay, well, your PNG is moving normally now, so that's good.
Oh, that is good.
Oh, this is so good.
That's
Hello,
just so
everyone.
nice.
Oh. Yeah.
I like Luigi.
I don't. I love Luigi. He's my brother.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Please save me from the Shadow Realm.
Hey, Luigi! What's the holdup?
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Hello.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome back from the break. Let me just do a little bit of a bump on the socials.
I have a pizza.
A little bump.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
I might get. Oh. Ow.
Could you do such a thing to our friend Zoe?
Funny.
I don't think it's very funny. I think I'm hurt.
Well, I think it's funny.
But I hear save.
I added it to my soundboard during the break. I realized that I also have the power to add things to a soundboard, so I did.
It was very quiet, but that is good. You should turn it up a little bit.
I can't, that's as high as it will go.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. We got some redeemsies before we get back to the game and beat it, maybe.
Who would dare redeem things?
Well, Arrow Ace redeemed an egg. Thank you.
Yo,
we also...
Ace, how you doing?
Yeah. Is that someone you know?
Yeah, I know them bigger. I don't know if they remember me. I knew them like years ago.
Are you sure it's the same person?
It could be a different person, but it would be quite a coincidence for them to have such a similar username.
Amy for Zoe whenever I get back. Well, I'm back now. Here's Amy. I'm putting her right here. Right here.
Right there?
Right there.
See, why can't I think of put Amy's on my head? It's always vectors. Damn, she's really going for it this time.
The three smellies.
How could you do that?
So rude. Wait, Daya, that's you.
You are also the smellies.
Fuck, ow. Can you put a mighty on Dynalope? There we go.
You can
Now we're
put
being niceies.
Fine, I can use my mighty emote.
Wait, I'll put him in front of the two vectors. He's like blocking the ancient sins.
It's fine, Aries, don't worry about it.
Also a sippy.
The
There.
ancient sins, did you say?
Yeah, the ancient sins. The vector, you know, the bad vector meme.
We should kill Vector the Corporeal.
No. Don't bring it. Don't say anything dangerous now.
It's getting dangerous. Oh, you don't want to alert the Vector horde.
Don't say anything fucked up, okay?
Oh, I'm gonna say something fucked up, alright.
What's that?
Stinky. Oh, stinky.
I don't know if we can still be friends.
I'm sorry, no, I know, how could I say something so controversial on your live stream?
Right? How could you? Like, I thought I knew you better than this.
This might get us in government trouble, actually.
This might get us in every jail.
Every single jail.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, like, you know, go in one jail for a couple of years, and then they're gonna move us.
I don't want to go to one jail, or two jails even.
Every jail gets a chance.
No.
They'll get
I
a
wouldn't
turn.
survive in jail, Zoe.
Well, you got it, because you gotta go through a bunch of them. Whoa, a
don't
ghost! Skeleton! I love this poster for Western. It's just for
Talk
our
about
Western.
My favorite movie.
Talk about keeping skeletons locked away.
Talk about bones! Yeah!
I got a bone to pick with you.
I've got a bone! Also, head for Derek.
Mario.
Mario?
You should put a Mario hat on.
I don't have a Mario hat, I only have a Luigi hat.
You only have a Luigi hat?
That's okay, I know what to do.
Turn it red.
Yep.
Yay, red Luigi.
Red Luigi!
Why is it slightly bigger?
Whatever, dude. I'll get to it.
Is this preferential treatment?
Heal shift. Oh, ooh, yeah, oh. Okay, alright, okay. No, not really.
L Mario hat, because Mario's always taking the L.
It's hard to get right.
I think you got it. I think you got it.
Are you doing this in OBS?
Yeah.
Oh. Impressive.
There. Beautiful Mario hat.
Beautiful.
There. Derek, you look great.
So proud of you, Derek.
So Jody talks about killing Vector and the Left 4 Dead you've alerted the horde text pops up. Pretty much. But don't worry. We have solid defenses here, so the zombies will get in. Will not get in. That's right. It was actually about zombies. The horde was not something else in this scenario. It wasn't like vector fence or anything. It was still zombies.
It's still zombies.
And it's not like the zombies are vector fence either. It was actually related at all. Jody just did something else.
Too loud.
Yeah, that's it. That's why we have to make this an ASMR stream.
Oh. Astro bots are designed to be fodder for the zombie hordes.
Well, I mean, you guys do just respawn real easily, so Because if anyone's gonna be fodder, might as well be you guys.
Don the Queen's like, hey, stand outside the door so the zombies go for you, and the U-Bot's just like, okay, yay!
Yay! Yeah, if they're being torn to shreds, they can just, like, you know, put out of that body and get a new U-Bot. Oh! Arrow Ace, thank you very much for the subscription. Who's this? It's Boomerang coming at ya!
Yo, why'd
Boomerang, you have too
run
much
away
health.
then?
I hate you forever. Stupid.
He's not coming back. He ain't coming back.
No, but I'm just coming after him.
Yeah, but that's not how Boomerang works.
That is right, actually. It should be. Oh, come on. I feel like Boomerang should just like come back to you after exiting the room and just be like, ah, see, get it? I'm a Boomerang.
And then you kill him.
Yes. And you'll be like, at least I had a funny pun and exited upon it.
No.
Fuck.
Sometimes your life isn't worth the bit.
Well, see, I don't think I care that much about getting every ghost, but I would like to see all the rooms. Although I'm not really sure how I should do that now.
Tell me,
Maybe
so,
there's
would
something
you...
else on the roof. What were you gonna say?
I said, would you give your life for the bit?
Depends on the bit.
Like, if it was really funny.
If it's just funny, then probably not.
No, not just funny. Really funny.
Yeah.
Okay, but okay, how really funny is it?
Everyone's gonna be laughing
Hilarious.
for hours about it. It's gonna be so great.
What are like the long, the long-term benefits of this bit?
Everyone will be really find it really funny for a couple hours.
They will hold a memorable they'll hold the funeral in your memory, and you'll be remembered as the funny girl.
They'll hold a funeral in memory and they'll post on live stream fails.
So all it is that people will think it's really funny for a few hours, and then they'll have my funeral.
They'll build a gold statue of you.
No.
Well, being so funny.
Okay, but these are selfish rewards.
Okay, do you remember the German dollhouse? Like,
Yes.
imagine that, but it's just your death. That's how big the bid is gonna be.
Okay, no, but what are the benefits? Like, I'm not gonna give my life for something like that. I want to have far-reaching positive influence with this bit.
Like, it's just a bit. It's not like, I know, some political assassination.
Okay,
It's
then I'm
just
not
a
gonna
bit.
die.
It's just a
Okay,
joke.
if it's not a political assassination, then I'm not gonna die for it. I will
Okay,
only
fine, you
die
can
for political
assassinate
assassination.
someone.
Egg.
I can
Well,
do it
allow
for a
you to
bit.
assassinate someone. Pick someone.
One person.
Who would you give your life to kill?
I mean, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, whoever's in control of Israel.
In Minecraft, by the way, twitch.tv.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is all a joke. It's a bit, like we said.
It's all a bit, yeah.
Aiming in the top right corner, above and to the right of the flags. Above and to... So, all the way in the very corner. Okay. So, what do I do now?
Did you not see the Shy Guys dancing up there?
Yeah, I did.
Mario.
Why'd you ignore him?
Because I was trying to kill him earlier, but either I did or I just felt like they were infinite or something. I don't remember.
Nothing is infinite in this game.
Nothing's open.
Wait, hold on. Did I go to the treasure room before or after that game over?
After, I think?
After? Yeah, after.
Right, it's already been there. Nice.
Well, here's the thing.
let me check the map.
AK4.
Oh.
I don't think she would really know because, like.
Oh no, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, the fucking rooms aren't like marked on the map, so we wouldn't
No,
really
they're not,
know.
which is stupid. But I specifically looked at it while in that room because I was wondering where we were. So I do actually remember where that is.
They're upset because you ruined their party. You
I
ruined
did do that,
Zoe.
and it. Well, Dia told me to do it.
How could you die?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucked up.
they deserve to die. Didn't you hear me last stream?
What?
I think that
Oh,
should
yeah.
be stopped.
Professor Hotbox, shut the fuck up, dude. You're crazy. Anyway, so I killed them all.
insane. He thinks everyone's out to get him.
Did you?
Oh, there's more.
This is funnier.
What do you mean this is funnier? Like, I don't know how else to do it. Sometimes they're hard to appear, sometimes it doesn't.
You spray them with fire, then their element goes away, and then you can shut them with the light,
is
and
that
then
how it works? Oh yeah. Oh,
Like that.
well. See, I shoot his brain to death. Fuck.
Awesome.
This game,
Fuck, dude.
this seems to be running out of tricks a little bit.
Oh yeah, very much.
Stopped having fun in Luigi's
Why did I get so
Spook
fire? Oh come on, it was at 0. Oh, they died. Hooray! But yes, it's it sort of feels like it's grasping at straws a little bit at this point.
Yeah, they did not have enough gameplay to survive a whole game. Bum, bum, bum,
But that's okay, it's almost done.
It's okay, it'll be over soon.
Don't worry, chat, it'll all be over soon. Just think of the rabbits.
What is the best part of Luigi's Mansion? That'll be over soon.
Okay, what is the best part of Luigi's Mansion? Let me think.
I think the charm is the best.
The what?
The charm of it.
Doesn't have
Like,
any of
it's
that.
charming. It's charming.
No, it is, yeah. It's got charm. The charm is the best part of it.
I think the music's the best part of it.
Isn't that not part of the charm?
I think the Luigi is the best part of it. It's him, it's the Luigi.
I think this is
What, going sideways?
the way this is not normal.
Do not tell Luigi what is and isn't normal.
I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, Luigi. This is very weird looking. Anyway, ooh, look at the spooksies.
Bum, 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 bum.
Bam, 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 bam.
I'm so scared forever now. I can never trust any chest in my attic again.
I thought you were gonna say I can never trust any chest again. I'm like, no, but what about
No.
women?
What about the women? Oh no, it's gonna start bringing back the fucking Guild Wars joke.
Yeah.
Magnificent show, madam.
So you made a noise on my stream froze for a second. Whoops.
Oh yeah.
I'm very powerful, I'm sorry. Luigi's Mansion is better than Luigi's Man is on.
So true.
You say such true things. Huh, let's see.
Wooden chest, madam.
Oh.
Oi,
Why is it?
you! With your mustache! Yeah, you! What do you think of me jar collection then, eh? Pretty amazing, don't you say? Whirly, whirly, well. We can't just let you look at them for free, now can we? No, I think not. If you'd like to view me jars, you'd best challenge me first.
Fine with me.
Your jars suck, idiot.
Yeah, that would be mean, they're fine.
Why is there a pottery station in the attic? But you need a kiln for this, and like you don't want that to be at the. Okay, but you need a kiln for a pottery, and you don't want that to be at the top of the house. You want that to be like in the basement, surrounded by stone.
Okay, but some rooms are upside down anyway, so.
Well, okay, but at least
ghost
it's structurally sound.
It's a mansion built by ghosts.
Okay, doesn't mean they don't need to get proper planning permission.
No, it does. That is what that means.
Fuck you.
And good luck at work, Akai. Thanks for coming.
Bye, Akai.
It's all then. See how many of me you can freeze with that ice, boyo. If you freeze 7 of me, then you'll win. Righty right? But if you lose, mate, it's at the door with you. Righto. Bring it on.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't bring it on, would you?
I'd bring it off, personally.
Very bold. Oh, get out my pop collection.
What, like me?
Over there, you'll see my collection of ceramic bongs.
Oh, there's my pot collection. You know, jars. Oh, there's my pot collection. Weed. Oh, here's my pot collection. Bongs. They're sort of, both of them. Game's over, mate. And the results are in. You got 6 of me, boyo. Yuck, I'll win again. Ta, mate.
Oh.
The results are in. You suck.
You're cringe, mate.
Why do you speak in that accent?
I don't know, isn't that what he... That's the
You're
accent he
cringe,
has.
mate.
You're cringe, mate.
He's a ghost, he doesn't have any voice acting.
Well, I know, but I give the way it's written.
Okay, bro.
He said
Here I
ta,
come,
mate.
then. Ta, mate.
Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
Ikum bokum.
Ikum bokum.
Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. That's my favourite Banjo-Kazooie fact, is that fucking... That Mumbo Jumbo's voice is just made up of Grant Kirkhope going, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough.
It's so good.
It is. So fucking whack-a-mole up here.
That is what it is.
Game's over, mate. And the results are...
Cringe.
You got 7 on me, boyo. I can't believe it. How could I lose? You make me face red for sure, mustache boy. Maybe you'd fancy getting stuffed into one of these jars.
No.
Oh, it
Wait, that's all there is to them.
Why can't there ever just be a fucking someone who wins gracefully or loses gracefully?
I know,
Why they
right?
always gotta be like, oh, that's cringe, mate. I'm gonna have to kill you now. Like, bro, just give up.
Seriously, just don't be a little bitch. I do love how that's just all he is. He's just a head. I was
think
expecting
that's a
there to
gold
be
right
like...
there.
No, the second time.
No, because you got most of his health in the first go.
Oh, I thought... Okay. Cool. I gotta say though, I think it's really funny how... Because I was thinking like, oh, he's just sticking his head out of the jar and there's a whole body down there. But no, it's just a head.
He's just a jar ghost.
Before Akai was taken from us by capitalism, they said peak character design here, and I gotta agree actually. Very good.
Rest in pieces.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, no. This game sucks. How do you play this?
Cringe, this game sucks.
Cringe, this game sucks. The jar collector, Jarvis. 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 Give me my fucking hand, Jarvis. Good. He loves his antique jars so much that he now lives in one. He can hardly contain himself.
Once again, this ghost thinks he's doing anything wrong. No, he's just enjoying his jars.
The worst thing this guy did was being a sore loser.
Like, out of everyone, this guy was doing the least amount. He was just singing his jars, enjoying his antique jar collection. And you killed him.
You're missing 2 ghosts.
I wonder if one of them is King Boo and what the other one would be.
That one's John.
John?
John. His name's John.
Okay. Good enough, thank you.
Who could it be now?
Who could it be? I haven't listened to that song in a while.
Who can it be now?
Who's that by again?
Oh shit. Oh my god, the name escapes me.
Yeah,
Men at Work.
that's the one. I was talking men with hats or without hats or whatever.
Australians.
No, that's the safety dance. Men without hats is the safety dance.
No, yeah, I knew that, but I was
You
thinking
can
like they
dance
also
if
do
you
that
want
one.
to.
But yes,
Can
it's men at
leave
work,
your
yeah.
friends behind.
Look at your friends
Yeah.
don't dance, and if they don't dance, and they're not friends of mine.
Australians.
Australian.
So let's go through these ghosts and decide which ones are good or bad.
Okay.
One's a cringe.
So the bookish father, Neville, spends his afterlife reading all the books he missed while living. Completely fair.
Yeah, that's
Not
fine.
a problem at all.
He's a good guy.
The mirror-gazing mother, Lydia, stashed... Woo! Ma'am, hello. Thank you very much for following. She sets her secret savings away to prepare for a long afterlife. Sure.
I mean,
Okay.
all we know is that she decided to save her retirement, so I guess that's fair.
Yeah, that seems okay. This baby is a baby.
The
Terrible.
baby has done no wrong.
Deserve to die. Jesus Christ.
Wait, Vex Fidel says men at work better not be men without hats. That's not OSHA compliant. That's
So
really funny, actually. I love that. But yeah, the baby is just a baby. The dancing couple, the floating were Linda's. Once local waltz champions, they can no longer compete since their feet don't touch the floor.
They've done nothing wrong.
They've done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong.
He wanders out endlessly searching for his master's will. He hopes he's included in it.
But
Seems
do
fine.
nothing wrong, yeah.
In his diary, he did say that he had a crush on Melody.
Okay, well,
which
is
is-
that bad?
That's
He's 72.
allowed. Unless he's like weird about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 72 years old.
Okay, well,
Yeah, alright, okay, yeah, fair enough. That's a little weird, actually. Yeah, alright. So, I don't know if they deserve to die, if he deserves to die for it, but
I mean, all he did was write down they had a crush. Like, sure, it might be a bit weird, but he's done no wrong.
if he didn't, like, act upon it and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it's implied or not.
Well,
Anyway, anywho,
I guess
the
he's
best
on
character.
he's on thin ice when it comes to whether being a shitty person, but I don't think he has to die for it.
Yeah.
He can have different punishment. The beautiful pianist Melody Pianissima Despite playing moving melodies, she has a surly disposition. Oddly enough, she loves video games. So the surly disposition, we actually didn't notice at all. She just seemed very nice and such.
Super.
And again, just loves to play music and video games. No problem there. The freaky fortune teller, rude. Madame Clairvoyant. Her close connection to the spirit world lets her see nearly 49 days into the future.
It's an oddly specific number.
Yeah, that's a joke, I think. Melody did try to kill us after we won her game. No, that is not true. What happened is that she like offered to like do like a little music battle with us. It wasn't even like I'm gonna kill you now. It's just like, oh, what about if we do this now?
Yeah.
She just offered. There was no aggression there. Madame Clairvoyant actually, wanted to go back into the painting. So.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. And she didn't put up any fights, so.
Oh, she actually did.
Oh.
She was still like struggling. So.
Well, I mean, like she didn't like have things thrown at us and shit.
That's true. The
This guy should
Glutton
die.
Lugs.
This guy deserved everything he gets.
Yeah, he is a bad stereotype, and also he had his servants working around the clock and such. So even in death, his servants don't get a break. So fuck Mr. Lugs, and I'm glad we killed him. The hungry guard dog is just a dog.
Yep.
Just a dog.
Despite
I might
how
have been
scared
scared
you
by
might
it.
be of him, he's done
I
no
might have
wrong.
been scared by it, but he's just a dog.
Just a dog.
A product of the mansion's fear and despair. He's not sure who to fear or what to despair of these days. That's just sad.
Yeah.
Bogmire is just a sad being. Like, it's not even like a proper ghost.
Not even his fault. Like, he just was created. And now he's so old he can't even remember why. He's just sad.
So Bogmire is fine. Bogmire definitely needs to have something happen to him, but like help, not being trapped inside a painting.
Yep.
The bodybuilder
Duke
Biff
Nukem?
Atlas. Yeah, Duke Nukem. This kind bodybuilder loves muscles and lilies. Why lilies? They symbolize purity. What a nice guy! Why are we putting this guy in a painting?
Nice guy.
This is fucked up, dude. Like, he's literally described as kind and and loving purity. What the fuck did he ever do wrong?
And
This is fucked up.
Loving purity sounds kind of fascist to me.
It does kind of sound
Steroids in the
shitty.
Olympics.
It does actually sound shitty, yeah, but whatever.
But
The
since
Olympics
he's-
are dumb anyway, whatever, dude. The Olympics are like a source of problem, the way that they built those massive structures for it and stuff that just like fall into disrepair immediately afterwards.
Yep.
The bathing beauty Miss Petunia, the Miss Ghost runner-up from 6 years ago. She hasn't had much modeling work lately. Again, this is a kind of like a harmful stereotype.
But she herself has done nothing wrong.
Although 6 years ago, so apparently, if we're gonna say 6 years ago, then that means 6 years ago, at least 6 years ago, EGAD put all these people in these paintings.
Yeah.
But that doesn't describe Chauncey. He's only a year. Oh man, this is weird. Maybe it's
mean,
maybe these
he's
are
a-
ghosts
he's a-
collected throughout his.
Like, he
journey.
could have done
He
it
was
over
born a
time.
ghost. He was born a ghost.
That's
See?
what they want you to think.
But see, he could have done it over time. He did say he collected them, so it
Yeah,
might
that's
be...
what I'm saying. Yeah,
That's
probably
true,
he
that's
these are
true,
ghosts
yeah.
that he collected through his journeys.
Yeah, true. The scarf knitting granny, Nana. She's still knitting the scarf she never finished in life. It now stretches to 871 feet. She was just a granny. She was just sitting there.
knitting. Yeah, she did
Again,
nothing
not
wrong.
doing anything wrong. This guy literally didn't fight back.
No, he just played
like
cool.
the moment that he escaped from the poltergeist beam trying to get sucked up, he just went back to trying to play pool again.
Yeah.
You know? The twin brothers offered to play hide and seek with us, and we could say no, and then they were just like, okay, bye.
Yep.
So they were a bit sore losers, but whatever.
They're children as well,
They're
so-
little kids, you know? Bulosus fucking sucks, and I'm glad we killed him.
Yep.
Jarvis,
loves jars.
Yeah, just loves jars. Bit of a sore loser. Dozen girl, Sue P. What was it? Like sleepy? I
This
guess.
girl died in her sleep.
Damn.
Did
that
she?
Sucks.
Oh my god. That's
Yeah,
fucked
what was
up,
meant to be
actually.
a short nap. She must have like died in her sleep from like leukemia or something. Not leukemia, but pneumonia or something.
I mean, we say it's fucked up, but actually dying in your sleep is like the best way to go.
Yeah. But anyway, nothing wrong. She was just sleeping.
Yeah, she was just sleeping. Then we've got Uncle Dumpy. Adrift in the darkness, he tends to keep to himself, which suits the rest of the family just fine.
He's just a lonely old man.
Right.
He's just a lonely, depressed, sad old man. He's just Eeyore.
He's just ill.
He's just Eeyore.
All right, what about these three fuckers? These next three fuckers. What's going on with these guys?
The Toy Platoon Clockwork Soldiers, they once belonged to a tightly wound toy collector, but now they march on their own without any winding. That sounds sad.
Oh.
It was. So they were just sort of standing there as well, like.
Yeah.
They're just toys.
Yeah, they're just toys.
With their own spirits and minds now. What the fuck?
Okay, so like, 2 of these deserve to die.
2 of them, only 2, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this game's fucked up.
Yeah, I don't think we might be the. I don't think we're the good guys here.
I'll be right back.
Tambourine. Okay.
Like this is all the booze fault.
Don't leave.
This is all the booze fault. The ghosts don't deserve to get into this. Like, capture the booze, not the ghosts.
Absolutely, like fuck the booze, you know?
Yeah.
Because, like, remember, they were literally locked up at the beginning of the game as well. Like, they... the other ghosts in this mansion, like, locked them up because they're such a problem.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the Amy.
I think Luigi should leave them the fuck alone.
Agreed. There we go.
It's Amy.
It's Amy. Go. I have to catch Tambourine for no reason because I don't feel like I'm gonna go for all of them anyway. Ow.
Mario.
I wonder. Luigi. Ow. No.
What you wonder?
I don't know.
Damn, okay.
I'm so forgetsies.
Aw, but that's okay.
Thank you. No, what the fuck, dude? Asshole. I also think the ghosts should unionize. Both against booze and against EGAD.
This guy really does want to be caught.
There we go. Well, too bad, because I caught him anyway.
Yo. Really.
Bam.
His wants don't matter here.
All he needs, and I need to capture him. Whoa, another one.
Yo.
Boocaster. Boo! Story at 10.
Oh, it's like newscaster.
Whoa, this one should meet up with
6
whatever that other.
booze.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, what the? See, this one should be called Boomerang. Go. Also, yeah, happy Ace Week, everyone.
Yo, happy Ace Week.
Yeah.
Happy Ace Week to us. Happy Ace Week, Jody.
Happy Ace Week, Zoe. It's so good to be Ace.
Yeah. The amount of times that I've like told people like, oh, I'm Ace, and they're like, oh, you just haven't met the right person yet, or maybe if you tried it.
Fucked up.
Know, fuck off, shut the hell up.
What do you mean you haven't met the right person? You're not a romantic, you're just Ace.
I know, right?
Like fucking... No, maybe it's just me being ace. I can't believe there's that much difference between one human body to the next. Like, obviously there are differences, but I don't believe the person who's attached would matter that much to me. Like, if what I really wanted was sex, you know?
Yeah, right? I mean... I don't know. I can imagine that for someone who is an ace, that, like, doing it with... There's another ghost in this room? Are you serious?
So many fucking ghosts in this pot room.
Yeah, seriously. It's because of all the pot.
So true.
Yo,
weed room.
Yo, this is a weed room. I can imagine doing it with someone that you care a lot about. For some people, it might be... Boomerang again! Fuck! Oh my god, you did come back. Doing it with the right person can be better, but I mean, you could just do it with anyone, I assume.
Yeah.
Fuck! Jesus Christ.
I don't know, maybe we just lack the perspective.
Yeah.
But it seems to me if it matters that much, then like sex work wouldn't be as prevalent as it was, you know?
Yeah. But I mean, the opposite is also true. Like, I've had a lot of people come to me and be like, how can you not? How I can't even imagine not wanting sex. And it's just like, it's easy to not want
so
sex.
Easy. I'm not even doing it. It's in fact harder to have it than it is to not.
Yeah. I just like, I don't understand how you can not understand what it's like to not want sex. You know? Like, what about other things? Let's say that you enjoy, I don't know, you enjoy racing games. Can you also not imagine what it'd be like not to like racing games? You know?
Gotta be honest, it's starting to sound like a bit of an addiction. Maybe you should give it up. I don't know. Like, some people have led me to believe that, like, for people who aren't ace, it's perfectly normal to just, like, be thinking about it constantly.
That's what it often sounds like, right?
Yeah. Like, just, like, non-stop. It's like, okay, that sounds exhausting. I've got enough stuff I think about non-stop.
So true! The only time I think about sex is when someone else brings it up, or like in fiction or something, and my thought is bleh.
Yeah.
I accidentally have sex all the time. Hashtag just ALO things. Okay. Do we have any keys that we can use? No.
Anyways,
we do have this room. Yeah, what's up?
I was gonna say, can you tell me, did you used to post cat pictures and videos in the Discord server streamer that no longer streams? Because that's who I think you are, but maybe you're a different Airways. I hear there's a couple of them about. Yeah.
Thought you were talking about me.
Yes, it is the same one, I knew it.
Wow.
No, fuck.
Yeah, there were a Simpson 10 run speedrunner, and she doesn't stream anymore, but I distinctly remember Airways.
Small world.
Yeah, no, right?
But I don't... Sometimes when I stun them I can get them, sometimes I can't, I don't...
It's strange.
This game is jank, dude.
Jank AF.
There we go. Streamer that no longer streams because he's so many people. Yeah, it's a lot of people start, and then after a while they decide like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, which is fun.
Yeah, of course. But it's interesting to there's something. I don't know. Complicated feelings attached to having watched / like and/or known people that streamed but then gave up on it.
Yeah.
With some people, I'm like, yeah, that was not for you. But other people, I was like, oh, you were. It's a, you know, like, I mean, obviously do what you want, but I thought you had something really good going, you know?
No, I feel the same thing.
Derek needs a yellow Luigi hat.
I have a couple of friends who started streaming for a few months, and then they stopped because they either weren't enjoying it or didn't feel like they were gaming. I was like, oh, I liked watching you play video games.
Yeah.
But I guess that's the way it is. If they're not having fun, there's no point in them streaming.
Oh, of course.
I'd much prefer they do something they enjoy than stream for my sake.
Yep, absolutely. Making it yellow is hard.
Actually, no, I've changed my mind. They should all stream for me and me alone.
I would have so much fun if they streamed.
They should do everything for me. I don't care if they're having fun.
All I care is that I will have fun.
And I will have so much fun. Shout out to fun.
It's hard. I tried streaming for a short time, but I just could not work after working 8+ hours. That is totally fair. Yeah, like that's also a lot of people that these people that we're talking about. It's like they just couldn't keep it up with everything else going on in their lives.
Streaming is shockingly tiring. If you've never tried it, you don't realize just how tiring it is to keep it up.
Yeah, true. Cause you know, I before I streamed, I was just like you, chat. I thought like, oh, all you're doing is just sitting there and playing a video game, you know? You are doing that, but that is not all you're doing. You have to, you know, be entertaining. You have to keep up with chat. If you're like me, you have a bunch of redeems you also have to try to keep an eye on, you know?
It's hard being switched on for 4+ hours.
Yes, like you have to be totally tuned in for that long. And speaking of redeems, Z-Man and Big Iron Juliet, thank you both for the eggs, which finish the second egg stack.
Yay!
I remember how I watch videos. How can I stream BF3?
Battlefield 3?
Battlefield 3, maybe? Before I knew I had a laptop hooked up to my PS3 and God knows how many games. Oh yeah, before you knew it. Right, you were just like trying, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I feel a little bad actually, because a while ago I think it was partially with donation money. I bought a second 3DS and I've like got it modded and stuff so I can stream with it, and I haven't done that yet.
Cringe. You should do it.
I should.
Do you have any 3DS games that you are interested in streaming?
I want to do Kid Icarus Uprising. And hold on. Underboo's making a comeback.
Yo.
Kid Icarus Uprising. I want to do Attack of the Friday Monsters.
What?
It's an indie game that is. It's about a little kid who lives in a very small rural Japan town and plays this card game with his friends. The card game is like themed around kaiju and stuff. And and some weird things start to happen in the town a little bit. And it's just a very earnest, cute little game that I very much enjoy. And it should only take about 1 or 2 streams, so so I want to do that one, Kid Icarus Uprising. It's probably other stuff.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
Part of me wants to play Final Fantasy Explorers, just because there was something fun about that game. But I don't think it would make a good stream series, so I should probably just, you know, play that off stream or something. And there are other games that I can't remember right now. I promise. Maybe Luigi's Mansion 2? That's on 3DS, I think. But probably not, because I heard it's not that good.
It's Dark Moon isn't that good, no.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's alright, but there's no like there's no unique ghosts. It's literally all the same generic ghosts all throughout.
Oh, what?
Yep.
The fuck is the point of that then?
The good question. Everyone else asked it too.
Fucking why does Nintendo keep doing shit like that, dude?
Oh, no. Luigi's Mansion 3 has a bunch of unique ghosts. I think they learned from the feedback. Yeah, Luigi's Mansion 2 is like cringe as fuck.
I don't. That is so Nintendo to just be like, we've got this well-liked thing. Let's make a sequel, but just make everything more boring. It's like, what if we made a new Paper Mario, but everything was a toad?
Everything.
Every
single thing.
Everything was a toad. The ground, all the items, Mario. Nintendo does not want to earn money. I think Nintendo is just afraid of being too interesting and innovative, because then people will start to expect that from them, and then they get scared. So they're only as innovating as they can get away with.
Oh.
Attack of the Friday Monsters was made by a team well known for making cute little games about life in rural Japanese towns. Oh, so this was not their only game in that style?
Oh, nice.
That's really good, and I might want to look into more of their stuff, because the vibes in that game are very nice. And the soundscapes and stuff, and the color, I don't know, it's like, it's nice. It's a very nice game.
I did see a post the other day about like what might be wrong with Nintendo. And basically it was theorizing that the reason Nintendo is the way it is because it's literally the only game the only game company that hasn't been around before the invention of video games. And that maybe like the corporate culture just literally has somehow not caught up yet with the fact they are making video games. Like there's just a bunch of old people like still in charge, still not quite knowing what a video game is, and just fucking that's basically the theory. So they're still stuck in somehow making the trading card idea, like they did before they made video games.
That is an interesting theory, but I would hope not. I would hope that they've since gotten some. Yeah, no, I was gonna say I would hope that they at this point have put some younger people in leadership, but
no chance.
That's not how corporations work.
Nope.
So yeah, that probably is it. The old people are staying in power, and if any old person is, has to move out, they are going to make their replacement have the same sensibilities as them. Yeah, they only ever innovate when it lets them sell proprietary hardware, such as tiny GameCube discs, 2 screens, motion controls, etc. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Whoa, did you see that door? That was weird.
Yeah.
Chet, I don't know if Chet saw that because of the eggs. Their main series is Boku no Natsuyasumi. They recently made Crayon Shin-chan Summer Vacation, which is one of their few games with official English translations. Wow. Could you... is me mixtape in the Discord? Because if you could put that Boku no Natsuyasumi in the in one of the games channels, I'd like to check that.
Yeah, even Miyamoto has been in the company since before they started making video games.
Yeah, he was there when they, moved into video games.
Apparently he's
It's
hired by
kind of
nepotism.
thanks to him.
Apparently
What'd you
his
say?
father. Apparently he's hired by nepotism. His father worked for the company.
I didn't know. Scandalous. I should go save, actually. This wasn't
yeah,
in
like-
this room.
Considering like one of their biggest minds behind their games is like from before the company, like it makes sense that their corporate culture would still be ancient, like
Yeah.
the people working there.
It really does explain a lot. Bum. Hello, Todd.
What if you had made a Mario? What then?
What?
I said, what if you had made a Mario? What then?
A Mario.
A Mario.
I think I would give him some pasta spaghetti.
Yo, that's so nice of you.
Yeah.
You wouldn't monetize him at all?
With the person?
Yeah, if you made a Mario.
No. He's a person. That'd be fucked up.
There's some antidote about antidote. I can't say the word.
Anecdote.
Anecdote. About one of the pre-video game Nintendo CEOs going to visit, quote, the American playing card company, and find out it was just one tiny warehouse in the Midwest, which made him super depressed because that was all the market for playing cards there would ever be. I mean,
Wow.
I mean, yeah, if you're making playing cards, then you're.
Yeah.
I will let you in, Arrow Race.
Thank you. Ooh, wow, it hurt.
There you are. You're now in the Discord. Congratulations.
But I mean, thinking of playing cards, I'm thinking about because there's like a board game shop in my city.
Yeah.
You know that got all kinds of board games, got Dungeons and Dragons, and basically no other TTRPG stuff, which is cringe. I wanted to get some, I saw they had the board game of Root, which is a TTRPG, and I was like, whoa, they got Root here. I've kind of been wanting that. If I can just like buy that here without needing to pay shipping costs, that'd be great. But no, they only had the board game. They had tons of D&D stuff, but no other TTRPGs, which is cringe.
I don't know why, if you are a board game shop in the current era, why wouldn't you like go for every TTRPG you could get your hands on as well? Like that's
Because most
guaranteed to
people only-
boost your sales. Like,
Most people only play Dungeons and Dragons.
We're being raided.
For the Fern Forest Raid, Team Skeleton charging along. Ooh. Hello everyone, Fern Design and your viewers. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome. I am Zoe Gunn the Queen. I'm an artist and a variety streamer, and I'm here with technically two of my friends, but one of them is either zoning out or away for a bit.
still away.
All right, and the other one is.
Hi, I'm Jody, otherwise known as Dynaloop. How you doing?
Sorry for interrupting you with makeup.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm sure they heard. How you doing? How was Splatoon 3?
Yeah, I was Splatoon 3. I love Splatoon.
Splatoon.
Can I do this? I can. I'm so smarties. Ghosts are cleaning house in the Splatfest. As someone who's sometimes a ghost. Wait, who's Ghost again? Is that Shiver? No, wait. I think Ghost is Big Man, right?
Big man.
Yeah. Damn. I wanna be on Shiver's side always.
Sure was so
They're
cool
my
forever.
favorite.
So you're part of the problem.
It's you again.
Jesus Christ.
Shiver's zombie and they are nowhere to be found. That's because they're dead.
Oh.
They're in the grave.
That's sadsies.
I'm sorry,
But
son.
I guess out of those three, I guess zombie is like the least favorable option.
What is the other one? The forehead one?
Skeleton.
Skeleton.
Fair
Which is the best option, in my opinion.
enough. So true. I'm never gonna remember.
I know that I am a ghost sometimes, but I like skeletons a lot.
I'm never gonna remember the third one's name. They're always just gonna be the forehead one to me.
Fry?
Me
Just
when
think
I
about
am
Futurama.
Me when I am Fry.
Oh, this room. Yes, I've been waiting and hoping for this room.
Oh, the ice room.
Yes. There's something very important about this room that I hope I can pull off. Whoa. Wait, is that...
Every friend group got the NB, the big man, and the forehead.
I guess I'm the forehead.
You're not the forehead.
I am the envy.
I got a bit of a forehead in real life. You don't see it on my video repertoire at all, but in real life.
I guess you'd have to both be the forehead because neither of us is the big man.
That's true. That's true. We don't have a big man here. We just have an NB and two foreheads, aka 8 head.
Combine into 8 head.
We combine. Yeah, we do a fusion. Darn, I love the cold. I mean, I just plain love it. What if you didn't, though? Or what if they
If it was
were...
fire, though.
Don't matter if it's spring, summer, fall, or winter. I just love the cold.
What if I say
Oh,
I'm
this is a
hell
frozen ghost. Hot! Oh, very hot! You're making it too hot! I'm going to
Damn,
cook in this
Luigi, you're
heat.
too hot.
I'm going to Did you light these fires? What are you thinking? People who start fires in this mansion had better be ready to pay the price. Now learn your lesson. Why are you like a mountain exploring person in the basement of this mansion? Whoa, you're like a boss fight.
He was exploring. He was exploring and he got stuck. And he was like, oh, it's actually quite chilly here. I'm fine with this.
I love this.
Oh, I love
Ow.
this actually. I mean, it's not going to be cold anywhere else. It's the basement. It's cold on the ground zone.
I feel like the rooftop should also be cold.
No, the rooftop's warm because it's close to the sun.
It's nighttime though.
There's still sun.
Oh, okay.
It's just under the moon. Like you've had warm nights. You know this.
That's true.
The sun never truly goes away, so
That's true.
apart from that one time.
You know, the day the sun went out. We all remember it.
I hate the incident.
Fuck.
I'm so glad everyone collectively decided to stop referring to the incident.
Yeah, that's good. I'm very happy because anytime I think of it, I'm reminded of like what we saw in the sky when the sun was gone.
Yeah.
Because it turns out, in total darkness, things become visible. Okay, now let me see. I hope I can do this.
What are you trying to do?
Do I just run into it?
Yep, just run. Just book it.
Oh, fuck.
You have to actually hit it.
Fuck. This time.
Almost there.
Yeah! Yes!
Nice. Bye, Luigi.
It's so good. It's so fun.
He just
It has to
slides
be,
up to it.
like, intentional, you know? The deaths definitely could have just made you stop, but they decided not to.
They chose not to.
It's so good.
Luigi.
Also, you know what? Yeah, Derek can be big man if he wants to be.
Good job, Derek. I'm proud of Derek.
I'm always proud of Derek.
He's come so far.
He really has.
From little chicken to big man.
Booby hatch again.
You again.
Damn.
There's another one in the house.
Booby window.
Well, I'm gonna go after boob window first.
Mario!
Wait. Is it just me if he's sounding more scared than before?
I mean, yeah, he
it's
might
because
be.
his health is low.
Oh! My health is low.
Oh, it's at 9. Yeah, you probably should deal with that. Maybe.
Oh, he's saying relevant things. Oh, fuck! I thought he was just gonna say nothing again. I know that artists strive to give life to their canvases, but this guy brought ghosts to life every time he picked up a brush. Wait, was he saying that all the ghosts in his mansion were created by a guy called Van Gogh?
No, the little guys that are running around were made by Van Gogh.
Oh, all the colored ones.
Yeah.
Guess you better go find them then.
I guess I should.
Van Gogh.
Van Gogh. Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Sure.
I'm saying exactly what you're saying.
No, you did good that time, you did good.
Olbis Buffon, Academia, Gazebo.
Yes, I'm gonna start saying Van Gogh.
Please don't. Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
Totally random thought. How silly people be that they spend hours watching videos that are less than 30 seconds when looking at TikTok stuff, and when YouTube brought in shorts. I understand now. Don't let yourself get captured. Resist.
I have never looked at installed TikTok. I never will. You'd have to fucking pay me billions to install TikTok. Same with anything Facebook related. I'm never installing anything Facebook related.
Yeah, no, I'm not making a TikTok account. I'm not making Facebook, and I do not go on long watch I don't know, like
WatchMojo.com.
Well, I mean, some stuff gets me away from short stuff I don't want to name.
Okay.
That's
glass. There's glass in your way. You need to get rid.
Let's put the glass in there. Ooh, that's an interesting name that I'm gonna have to pronounce now. Chrysisicles Corey. Thank you very much for egg. Which starts the third
have normal names.
It's let them be. It's fine. Reader as well. Thank you for the egg.
One day I want someone to follow me and their name's just Jeff. Just Jeff, nothing else. It's like, thank you, Jeff, for having a pronounceable name that I can read instantly.
Thank you, Jeff. I love you.
Thank you.
My name's Jeff.
Marry me, Jeff.
Well, no, good. Okay. The Boulder blocking the cave of YouTube Shorts. Protecting us all. Thank you so much, Boulder. If you've seen some YouTube Kids stuff, I think you know what I mean. I
have not.
Okay. I mean, I don't watch YouTube Kids stuff, but I've heard tell of the things that are in there.
I've heard bad things and other stuff, isn't it?
That kind of stuff, but also other stuff.
Out here watching the Elsa Spider-Man videos.
Hey, Luigi, you're gonna get sick.
Bleh.
Mario.
Oh, he's spin.
Mario.
Fucking. There we go.
Watching the most AI-generated kids content you've ever seen.
Fuck. No, my perfect full health.
I saw a tweet on my timeline during the break where the voice actor of Kane in Digital Circus has had to say like 3 times, stop making videos that use AI of my voice, please. If you want me to act in your videos, I'm right here. You can pay me. Just stop.
Fucking hate AI voices still. I get so fucking mad whenever YouTube is like, hey, this song you like and this character you like.
But it's
the character singing the song, and it's just an entire YouTube channel dedicated to making AI voice have characters sing songs. It's like, fuck off, dude.
Yep.
I'd rather watch Luigi spin. Yeah, I'd rather watch Luigi spin than I would watch AI bullshit. Rotate an Italian in your mind.
It's Luigi's rotation party and you were not invited.
No, don't worry, Chad. We're all invited. Everybody gets to come.
Except you.
Oh.
No, let me mean.
And except you. And I mean literally you.
Stop.
That's right, you, the viewer. That's right, you.
Me?
I'm singling you out.
Don't worry, they have no power here. You're all fine. You're all invited.
You're not invited, and I
You're
mean
all
you.
Invited. No.
I'm
No,
banning
don't worry.
from
You specific chat member that they just addressed. Don't worry about it. You're totally
That's right.
fine. You don't have to worry.
If you think it's you, it's you. And when I say you, I mean you.
Yes, but don't worry. You don't. It's okay. You're
I'm
totally
banning
fine. You can
Darius
still come to the spin party. I was invited, but I don't care. I'm gate crashing anyway. You know what? I can respect that. That's a mood.
You go up to the door and they're like, okay, come in, and you're like, no. And they're like,
And then you start
"Okay."
walking away, and then you run back and jump through the window.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, okay.
I mean, like, showing up to a party uninvited is so fucking powerful, you know? But you don't want to cause trouble for people, so you gotta go to parties that you're actually invited to, but then act like you weren't, you know?
Get invited to a party, then do something to get yourself uninvited, and then show up.
And then you show up.
And then you show up anyway. Wait, how did I get here? Thank you so much for your egg.
How did I get here?
So perhaps this room that we're about to go to will hold the final ghost. King Boo not counting, I suppose.
Oh, we should read the cold guy's entry real quick.
Oh, you are so right. Coldiculus, who are you? Sippy. The Chilly Climbers. Sir, oh so cold, that's his name. This strange fellow's icy abode may be the reason he hasn't warmed up to being a ghost. Okay.
He has done nothing wrong.
He has done nothing wrong at all.
Dude just likes being cold.
Yeah, that's allowed.
It's not bad.
I only have 3 boos left, so one could argue that I should just try to go for it.
One
Yeah,
could argue.
you have one that's in the ice room, I think, that you didn't get.
No, didn't I not get that one?
No, because you were getting another boo that you were losing around.
Oh. The artist's
That was
studio.
That was Booby Hatch.
Right. It is you, no? Why are you French? No, I'm gonna voice you Dutch. It's Van Gogh. He has to be Dutch. You filthy swine, you're blind to see life I give, then very well, I will show you the mastery of my art.
The mastery of my art!
Okay,
I am French!
Hij is niet Frans, hij is Nederlands. Het is Van Gogh. Hij is een Van Gogh reference, dus dan is hij Nederlands. Dit is zo gemeen, je bent zo gemeen. Nee, je bent niet echt gemeen. Je probeert. Jody, it's okay.
What? Let me put it to you this way. When
did you say to me?
When people think of painters, they think of like Leonardo da Vinci, who is French.
Yeah, so his name is Van Gogh, so he's a reference to Van Gogh.
Don't hang on, you said my name. You gotta repeat what you said if you guys say my name.
No.
Yes!
No.
I didn't say anything mean, I said you were doing okay.
Okay, fine.
No.
I'm just gonna have to trust you on that.
Yeah, you should. But no, if his name is a reference to Van Gogh, then he should be Dutch. Woo! Am I gonna get all of them at once? No. Come on. He's got like busts of like different ghosts. It's fun. Put that one. This takes kind of long, huh?
This is the final boss.
Gauntlet?
Gauntlet?
Yo!
Yo, she's the queen of gauntlets.
Yeah! So I hope I win. Although, of course, it's a different kind of gauntlet.
Different kind of monarch.
Not a real monarch.
Not a real monarch. It's purely a title.
Yeah, it's his
It's her first name.
The Dutch, the people that were like, you see that ocean? We're making land out of that. We did do that. It's real.
Just complete the collection.
It is fun that the last ghost is the person who created all the other shit ghosts throughout the mansion.
The shit ghosts. How rude of you.
Yes.
They are doing their best. They have done nothing wrong.
What do you mean they keep trying to kill me?
And is that
Well, I mean,
so
to be fair, we
bad?
keep trying to kill these ghosts that have done nothing wrong, so... God damn, dude, fucking Christ!
Exactly so, it's self-defense. They've committed a single act of self-defense and you're punishing them for it.
Yeah, fair enough. Jesus Christ! Oh, these are the worst!
Because they keep appearing whenever you're trying to shine on them. And we could just get scared.
Do you have to
Is that what's happening?
to shoot them with the
When you try to
bananas?
suck them, when you're trying to suck them up or change to your vacuum, Luigi gets scared because just one of them appears next to them.
How annoying.
Luigi is so scared forever.
See?
What was the excuse that time? The last one? Or that one?
What,
Or that one.
What these
Or that
guys?
one.
He's literally going, ow!
Not with a lot of those.
What is the name of these particular ghosts?
Stupid.
Good answer. They're called the motherfuckers now. They're called the fuckers.
I think they're called green stupid.
Yeah, that's a good name.
Thank you.
Some adjectives there.
Thank you.
They're called garbage can
What
ghosts.
the fuck is that, dude?
They're called garbage cans. I mean, that's a pretty apt description, actually.
Yeah. Litterers. There we go. One more. These things only have one health.
Luigi's relatively unfazed by bombs.
Well, he's used to bombs.
Bombs?
Moms.
Bombs?
Moms.
Rope?
Lamp oil. Rope. Moms. You want it? It's yours, my friend. As long as you have enough rubies.
My creations. But even if I disappear, my work will live on. That is right. I don't know what that one means.
Art is eternal.
No, the Nesipa.
Yeah.
Chat, what does that mean so I can translate it to Dutch?
Isn't it?
It... Ja,
Isn't
toch?
it? Isn't it so?
Ja, toch?
Isn't it
art is eternal. You say... You...
Huh?
Fuck, dude. You say that only one of my creations is left, but this cannot be. Fuck, dude. Yeah, good.
Is that what it said?
It means like shucks.
Yeah. Yeah, what's I, what did I say? Good? Godverdomme.
You did it.
Niet dan, hè? Yeah, that's it. That would be a good
The
translation of that other
final
one.
key.
Yay,
Let's go.
it's beautiful. Yay.
Okay, discussion time. Did that guy deserve to die?
Well, let's find out.
Let's find out. I think because he was French.
He was not. He was Dutch.
No, he was a bastardization of Van Gogh. So they made him French.
But if it was a
therefore.
But if it was a bastardization of Van Gogh, he should have Van Gogh.
Well,
but he should have been Dutch. Because
let's see what the
Van
Game
Gogh is
Boy has to
Dutch.
say. Let's see what the Game Boy has to say.
The starving artist Vincent van Gogh, despite failing to sell a single painting in 30 years, this stubborn man refuses to let his art die. That seems...
Skill issue.
Fine.
Shut up. He did paint a bunch of mischievous murder ghosts, again, for self-defense.
Self-defense? He was trying to, like, take over the fucking mansion.
Was he? Is that what he was doing?
He was helping King Boo.
Oh,
Is that what he was
Everybody
doing?
was helping King Boo.
What are you talking about? They had the booze locked up.
King Boo was the one who started the mansion, isn't he?
No, okay, here's how I interpret what happened, right? All of them were locked in paintings and stuff. Then by EGAD, including a bunch of booze, but having trapped so many booze, he ticked off King Boo, who came to free all of them. Then once they were all free, the ghosts, not the booze, the ghosts built this mansion to live in and locked all the booze inside of a cellar or some shit.
Yeah.
Because they're all locked in there. They are stuck. They are locked, stuck. Then Luigi lets them out by accident. And they're all like, fuck yes, we're free, let's go, everyone. So they were definitely stuck, because they're saying, like, we're free, but then they ran away because they were scared of the poltergeist. So, why would they be locked up in there, if not because the ghosts also don't want them there, you know?
Let's see. According to Professor Egad, the first 21 portrait ghosts and Boolossus were released from their paintings by Boos under the command of King Boo.
Okay.
So the 21 ghosts before Boolossus were released into this mansion. Everybody else was working with King Boo.
But like, what?
Even the frozen ice guy?
Yeah.
But why would they lock up all the booze if they are working together with them?
Yeah.
Does not make sense.
Let's figure out if they were locked up or not.
They were, we saw them. Luigi freed them.
Yeah. They were definitely locked up. Dude, this ghost cannot make up his mind.
You know what I think's going on here?
What do you think?
I think that people are so desperate to see Luigi as the good guy here that they cannot fathom anything else. They make up excuses for Luigi's actions in this game.
What I think...
Okay.
Okay.
Hoping to capture Luigi, King Boo sends him a letter. The message states that Luigi has won a mansion. Luigi asks his brother Mario to investigate the mansion and says that he's arriving shortly thereafter. Okay. Mario travels to the mansion, but right as he enters, he's instantly overwhelmed by King Boo's forces and captured. King Boo then imprisons Mario in a portrait. Okay, we know that. While waiting for Luigi, King Boo and his Boo minions wait behind a secret door in the floor of the storage room. When Luigi enters the room and reveals the secret door, the Boos spring out of the floor. However, the Boos, including King Boo, stop their surprise attack when they notice the Poltergust 3000 on Luigi's back, which he had been given from EGAD in order to recapture portrait ghosts and to save his brother.
Okay, but that didn't
Where
happen.
are you getting this information?
Yeah, they went...
Mario Wiki!
Mario Wiki is just like written by just fans, you know?
They use facts.
No, they
Okay,
didn't.
well, what's the source? What's the source
They
for
use
this?
references.
What's the source?
The manual.
Okay, you should have said the manual.
Like, EGAD told us that they were trapped. EGAD told us that we'd freed them. Like,
EGAD was wrong.
They didn't seem particularly in trap position because they had moved a wall to cover the secret door.
Hi, clone.
Hi, Clone.
You've done it again. What if Clone wanted to surprise Zoe?
Yeah, seriously.
Clone kind of showed up in the stream anyway, so.
Oh yeah, there. But still, I might not have seen. However, as is so often the case when you are playing a game and having fun with friends and with chat and such, you might not completely adhere to the canon. So here's what I think. I don't think Luigi is in the wrong. I think Luigi is desperate.
I think Egad's in the wrong.
Egad is in the wrong, and making him do this because he's saying that this is the only way to save Mario. And Luigi, desperate to save his brother, is going along with it and does feel remorse for his actions, but is trying not to think too much about it. That is what I think.
I don't think like we're even going against canon. I'm pretty sure that they weren't waiting in line and wait, and Luigi just freed them. Like I'm pretty sure that's just the text of what happened.
Well, here's my interpretation of it. There's a subtext for Professor Egad. Professor Egad loves ghosts. He loves studying ghosts. So what does he do? He captures a bunch of ghosts and puts them in paintings so that he can study them. Obviously, Professor Egad is in the wrong here. But Luigi just wants his brother back. There's optional ghosts in this game that you do not have to capture. So really, you're just basically like Luigi is just doing it out of like again, like you said, desperation to find his brother.
Yeah.
I think Egad is a sick individual. He's
Absolutely.
capturing living sentient beings to study them.
Yep.
I mean, when you think about this, in Mario Sunshine, he literally made a fucking paintbrush that makes goo everywhere.
And then gave it to Bowser's son.
Yeah, Bowser Jr. is like, I got this from a weird guy in a white coat. A weird guy in a white coat. So, and he also made fucking Flood too, because he was like, oh, shit.
I guess I'll do something about that.
Egad should be killed.
On top of that, in the Mario Kart arcade, he literally makes a fucking robot of Mario. He's literally trying to make like a clone of Mario. He makes Luigi. He's trying to.
We've talked about this before. God damn, dude! I hate that sometimes I just can't turn. Just locked onto something, but doesn't actually suck everything up. We've established this before. Egad is completely neutral. He's neither good nor bad. He is just he's just chaotic neutral.
I think he's just chaotic.
Like not even chaotic neutral, just chaotic.
I think it's just evil.
I don't.
Pure and simple.
I don't think he's evil, but I think he just leans towards chaos that causes many problems.
I would take Egad down without a moment's hesitation.
Just for everybody's safety. Yeah.
Not really though. He has to be stalled.
I have a question about food. Is mixing a lemon juice and ketchup a food crime?
I don't know why you do that.
It makes your ketchup more liquid.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do it myself, but sure. I mean, go ahead. Don't think it's a
depends.
crime.
What are you gonna use it for? Are you gonna use it as like a sauce?
As a sauce?
Oh yes, come back. Yes. No.
Because like if you were dipping fries in it, then I would say that's a bit weird. But like as a sauce, I think that's fine.
On top of something, I guess.
Zoe, would you like a small trick to help you fight these boosts, since now you're basically at the end of the game now?
Sure.
If you circle your stick like in a circle when you're trying to suck these guys up, the left stick, the control stick, like you're in a circle, they'll just like stay in place. Like obviously, see?
Whoa, my God!
That's really good.
I didn't lie to you.
It didn't work. He left.
It did work. You're in a narrow space. That's why it didn't work.
He left. You said he'd stay.
Yo, this is
beating you up. I'm beating you up. I'm beating you up. I'm beating you up.
This is sort of like a ghost trick, am I right? Phantom detective.
Food crime is a dumb concept anyway. Live your life, be free. Agreed.
Incorrect.
Do what you
Don't live
want.
your life. Be trapped.
Don't.
Oh, he's hiding. You can see him. So yeah, watch. If you try it now, because you're now in a... Like, if you... See? It makes shit so much easier.
It makes it a lot easier, yeah. So I have a special bit of information for you. I'm actually reading it this time. You know about elements, right? Anybody will tell you that they form a triangular relationship, which is to say water beats fire, fire beats ice, and ice beats water. Get me? Okay. Cool!
Just like Pokemon.
So it's like stuff that I already needed to know to get this far.
Also, I got a question for Jody and Daya. Is the Discord video for you guys also like a
Yes,
bit messed up?
don't
Yes,
worry
it
about
is.
it.
Yeah.
It's been like that on entire stream,
It's just Discord. It's not
Yeah, it's
nothing
just
we
Discord.
can do anything about.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to do with the fact that I'm also streaming or anything. No, it's just a thing.
There is one more Boo, and it is not King Boo. I just want to make sure
I
you know
figured
that.
it would not be King Boo.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that
Boo?
we were all on the same page here.
I thought it might have
Oh,
been.
yeah, it's in your room. However, I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Bathroom. Okay.
So, we'll be back in like maximum 5 minutes, probably other than that. And then we'll get the final Boo and go save, and then beat the game. Oh wait, you don't have to go save because you save every time you catch a Boo. So catch the final Boo. Catch the final Boo, and then go defeat King Boo and beat the game. So I'll see you guys in a bit, everyone.
Egg.
I've played it before.
Well, it's time to beat the game, everyone. Look at him go.
Yeah. I don't think you should.
Why not?
So we can remain in this fantastical realm forever.
There are other games to play.
Make Luigi mention your new Kingdom Hearts.
I've gotta continue Kingdom Hearts, dude. I super duper gotta. I want it.
Okay, this Kingdom Hearts though.
What did you say?
I said okay, but it's Kingdom Hearts though.
Yeah, it's fun.
And?
It's wacky.
Sounds of concern.
Let's get this last final boo.
Yeah, if I can fucking find it. Oh, I got it.
How was it, didn't it?
And it left.
Oh, come on.
I hate Boo so fucking much, dude.
Me too.
Oh, they gotta be so annoying. Why can't you just find them?
It's gonna be hard in this room, I'm gonna tell you right now, because of the slip and slide.
Yeah, I forgot about the circling. So it doesn't matter.
Fuck me. Let's open up my drink. It went all over my fucking shirt.
Oh, god damn it. It's sad.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at them strats.
A big jam!
Speedrunners use that trick all the time. Oh yeah, when you get all of the... You better like click through the thing really quickly because it says despawn.
That's true, that's happened before. I thought he was gonna say something special after catching every single boo, but I guess not.
Nope. Nope.
Okay. Well then,
let's finish this.
It's time, chat. Send me your energy, we have to go kill him. I should probably... Wait, hold on a second.
What?
I should get full health.
Okay, I'm back.
Somewhere. Welcome back.
Sending you my energy.
No.
I'm sending you nothing, it's all mine.
Why would you not help me? Why are you so meansies?
Because I need the energy.
That's fair, I suppose.
So that I can...
Oh, fine. But only one hand.
Come on, gimme. Alright. Is there a mirror down here somewhere?
No, we already saved though.
Yeah, but now I have full health. Because otherwise if I die, I just have to go back and get full health again.
Yeah, which is no big deal. You're gonna come downstairs anyway.
Fair enough.
I'm so glad that there are currently 0 ghosts in this entire mansion.
There's one more ghost. And also that one. But those are like pseudo ghosts, I guess.
They're not real, they're fake.
They don't really exist. I'm sending you a car battery. That's not what I asked for though.
That's cool.
But that thing has energy inside.
Oh, you're right. I'm big scaresies.
Not if I said. Now, before you walk up to him, you want to get a little bit more treasure? Oh no, you can go inside as well.
Damn, there's so much.
Yeah. What would the treasure be, Daya?
You can go inside.
Okay.
There's no treasure, it was a lie.
Ooh, look at the cool doorknob on this thing.
It's got a little lion on it. Okay, so before walking up to him, you see these 3 lamps on the ceiling.
Yeah?
Go ahead and just suck them up. Gotta really make them shake.
Go really suck.
Wow, one of the Chaos Emeralds.
Chaos Emeralds?
All 3 all 3 lights do have some.
Wow.
Oh, you got too close. It's fine.
I got
Oh
one.
no!
I like Mario just watching you.
It's time for me to sleep.
No,
I'm so sleepy, I could just stare at my Mario painting for hours. Him with that cute mustache. It's true what they say about fine art. It takes utterly refined sensibilities to truly appreciate it. The way you plead for help, Mario, I find it so satisfying. Perhaps it is merely because I remember how much trouble you've caused me in the past. Seriously though, who would actually believe that man should get given away in contests? Talk about stupid. What did I feed you, Mario?
Wait, I just want to say, I don't know who you are. I've never met you before this. What are you talking about?
Oh, we met in Mario 64. I didn't crown I wasn't wearing my crown.
What are you talking about? That was a big-a-boo.
That was me.
No!
Yeah, it was. My crown was in the cleaners.
At the cleaners?
At the cleaners.
I've never met you before.
You have. You remember I was above the mansion and you jumped on me or punched me or something?
Listen, my memory is like an elephant. If I had met you, I would know you.
You just didn't know it was me.
I think this might be a Perry the Platypus situation, where without the crown, now it's just like Big Boo, and then he puts on the crown, it's like King Boo.
Okay, let me take off the crown.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you recognize me now?
I don't recognize that tongue, no.
God damn it! I'm gonna continue my.
I think you should brush your teeth, please.
Shut the fuck up! I'm a ghost. It doesn't.
Personal hygiene should be for everybody, not just leaving people.
Mario, I'm gonna put duct tape over the mouth on your painting now, so you stop talking. There we go. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. What did I feed you, Mario Brothers? Anyway, gullible soup. Your brother came all this way just to get turned into a painting. It's just terrific. However, this Mario painting looks lonely. I must have a Luigi painting as well. Then my gallery will truly be complete. I'm not afraid of you, fool. I fear only that infernal Poltergeist 3000 you carry on your back, stupid machine. But I am a king among boos. I swear it. I shall fear no mere house cleaning device. I must say, I despise the way you shriek so. Vacuumed up all my friends. Don't imagine that I'll flee. I'll fight you like a true boo. Now, join your brother inside the painting.
Oh my god!
Okay, bye.
That was Bowser.
Why, it's Bowser!
I gotta make the oh no sound louder. Where's I don't feel safe. I'm not here. I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
I feel perfectly safe.
Oh, it's Bowser.
That's not what Bowser sounds like.
Time to make this boo into a little philosophy question with zero nuance, existing in a vacuum. It's kind of silly to me that Bowser is still the final boss of this game.
I'm Bowser. I am totally real. Here come my balls.
Okay, well, calm down.
What do you calm down? My ball attack.
Please stop.
Oh, look at him go.
He is going. What is up with this guy? You have
He's
to
got a
go.
tail swipe. That's cute.
You have to suck him up by the tail and spin him round.
Bowser learned a new trick after 64.
My ball attack.
Get this fucking thing. Get it. Oh my god. This game sucks.
Cringe, this game sucks.
Cringe. This game sucks.
Here come balls.
Can we get a sound redeem of cringe? This game sucks.
This would be fun, actually. Seriously, like, what the fuck is up with this? Do you see this?
I do see this.
I wonder if it's only one that can be sucked up.
That seems dumb.
Luigi, I'm so hungry.
No, thank you.
I really wish my friend dies here instead of Bowser.
This is so fucked up. I am literally standing right next to it.
Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Balls! How you like them balls?
Like,
Stop.
okay. Oh, I got it.
Oh, my head!
Well, you have to like run right into it.
God damn it, I'll just do it myself.
I'm breathing ice at you! Don't suck him up! What are you doing? Stop there! Stop there!
Can I still do the speedrun strat on King Boo?
Yes!
Oh, good. Oh,
Yes, actually.
Can I get health?
No. This is the final battle. I'm
So.
the real Bowser. Balls. Oh, yummy. This tastes like shit.
I'm going to die, dude. Creamy says vacuum doesn't suck. This vacuum doesn't suck.
You are gonna die though.
Fun,
You
actually.
like balls. I hear you like balls, Luigi. Eat ball.
Damn.
Good night.
Who'd have thought that, like, the boss fight, the final boss would be really janky?
Who knew the boss fight would be hard?
Luigi.
Luigi. Alright, just start here anyway. So I should have just...
Oh yeah.
I should have just fully healed and then gone to save.
You get a full heart in Chauncey's room.
I don't know what that is.
The baby.
It's the baby.
Oh,
The baby.
The baby.
I don't feel like walking all the way over there.
It's not that far. It's like 2 doors.
The baby.
The baby.
The baby.
The baby. Head for Derek. Oh, okay.
That's 2 doors you may not need to use.
I guess
Yeah.
it's another it's a Waluigi hat now.
I'm gonna assume... I'm gonna make it to Waluigi hat in any case. Yeah,
There we
he's
go,
purple
purple.
Luigi hat. Very good.
The baby.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about with the Waluigi hat, because that's not what this is. It's purple Luigi hat, of course.
Purple Luigi.
That's Purple Luigi to you, Mario!
It goes, it's so good.
I found out something fun about the Discord soundboard.
What's that?
Apparently you don't need to be a sound file, it can just be a video file that you can just put in and it will just play the sound from that video file.
Oh, that's good.
That's good, yeah.
Then I've got an idea of something I might want to add.
Good news.
Also, did I have any eggs? Yes, there's Takanuva official.
Good news, sorry, I've already had an idea of something I wanted to add.
Okay. Good. Very good. Also a sippy.
I feel like you've forgotten that you can just type the word liquid anytime on my stream in that video play.
Oh yeah, ow. Absolutely, I forgot.
That's the twins' room.
Fucking Christ, dude. This game is so hard.
Next door over. In the drawer.
Chauncey.
Oh, because it's the shape of a heart. Fucking...
It's
There
so
we go.
sweet.
Another sippy. Gang, we are going to drown.
Going to drown.
This is because of my Dutch hubris.
It's true. Once that sea level rises, you're done for.
Yep.
Time to save.
You know what you'll see a lot of when the sea level rises.
Hmm. It's true. And I love squids, so that's great.
No, what else you'll see a lot of.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I was expecting car battery.
Why would there be car batteries?
Because people throw their car batteries in the ocean.
That doesn't sound good for the wildlife.
No, not at all. It's very bad, and I don't understand why they do it.
Is that a thing that people actually do?
Well, the joke must have come from somewhere.
Car battery!
Oh, ow!
Do not throw your car batteries in the ocean. Throw your U-boats in the ocean as well.
U-boats can go in the ocean if they want to.
Don't forget Jewel in light.
Yes, yes.
Can you please not do the Bowser voice this time?
Huh?
Yeah, we'll talk normal this time.
Yes. And try not to make so many jokes.
I think there's
about
something on the.
balls.
Oh no, wait, that's right. On the right is a mirror in case you have to go back.
God damn it, dude!
No, that's fine. I think that was the. I looked it back up. It's only that one.
Oh, okay then.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Godverdomme, schiet eens op zeg, echt hoor. Ja, je bent zo trots en zo en... je bent al niet bang. Whatever, kom op zeg. Ja. Waarom kun je geen cutscene skippen in deze game, hè? Waarom nou niet, hè?
Oh, I recognize something. It's a cutscene skip.
Bowser is er ook. Ooh, bye. Okay. Also, I'm out of sippy, I'm sorry.
Damn.
No more sippy.
Would you like some advice for this boss, Zoe?
Sure.
Trying to win.
Cool.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rototera, you might not have come back just in time for the end because I might just die again.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
But yes, to answer your question, the Boo trick does work on King Boo.
Okay.
That's so good though. I just hope it's not going to be as tedious as the big Boo fight that we had though.
There we go. And once he bends down,
okay.
And now you can just circle him.
Easy. Frozen, I guess. Okay, I have to do these in phases, I suppose. I already took so much fucking damage.
It's fine.
I could die for everys.
Whoa.
6-9. Nice.
Nice.
I feel like I just focus more on not dying than I should on
You're doing well.
speedrunning.
You're actually doing a lot. You're doing very, very well.
Yeah, you did like a lot of damage already.
Fuck, dude.
Shit.
Who's doing well now, huh?
You're still doing. For what it is. You're doing relatively pretty well.
No, Zoe, you're right. You're doing crap. It's
Thank
fine.
you. Oh, come on.
Okay.
I love how the head just blasts away.
Oh my god!
Come on.
Are you serious?
Okay, no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it is. This game's fucking stupid. This game's fucking bad. This game's fucking cringe.
Roots we already got 50 boos, so we're good.
What just hit me? Fuck off.
An act of God.
Hey, God. This is why I'm agnostic.
Damn. Oh yeah, I did tell Zoe that it does disappear. It does disappear, so she knows already.
I'm not agnostic. I'm antagonistic.
See, I'm agnostic. I believe that there can be something out there, but I don't believe in it. I don't respect it, you know?
I don't respect it. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I told you gotta button mash all that, the dialogue, because if she doesn't, the jewel will disappear mid cutscene.
I treat the existence of God the same way I treat the existence of aliens, basically. Like,
Which
there's
is you don't
probably-
respect them?
No, there's probably something out there, but I don't care. And I don't respect them.
Yeah. Third time's a charm.
We live in such a massive universe, so, you know, maybe there's something out there that's that we should consider a god. Perhaps it is me. You'll never know.
Yeah, like, I feel like if there is a god out there, either they are a fucking asshole, or they are not as powerful as most religions make them out to be.
Mm-hmm.
And they are kind of looking at Earth and being like, oh, shit.
Oh,
like
shit.
ants.
There are ants here, honey. Let's leave.
Honey, there are ants here.
There's ants here.
We should leave.
I love that bit so much. Is it a door? What? Oh.
Oh yeah, if you need to go, if you need to
Wires.
leave at any point in time, you can use that mirror and go back. That is your last chance to leave and do whatever you need to do.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, if you want to just go back to the foyer, really.
Yeah,
really.
I get it. Luigi.
Colossus could
It's a shame you can't do the event and then go back, save, and then come back.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Honestly, I feel like it should be like it should be up to you to jump into the painting, you know? Because it's like, oh man, are you gonna? Huh? Will you be so brave as to jump into the painting? Knowing that Bowser is in there.
I do believe that Mario was dumb enough to jump into a painting that contained Bowser in it.
Oh yeah, so he was like, oh, there he is! The big problem, I kill him!
He's done it so many times before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, didn't
Yeah.
he doing it?
I know what this is, I recognize these from my N64 days.
He's done it at least 3 times before.
Either God created all the horrors in the world, or God is powerless to stop them. Neither cause paints God in a good light. Yep. That is indeed how I feel about it. If there is a God, then it is one of those 2 options. Mario goes to an art museum and causes unfathomable damage. Oh, keep my sun world, my favorite.
Eating my sun world.
Eating my... That's my favorite.
Eating my son worm.
Worm?
Yeah.
Eating my son was a worm.
Would you still love your son if he was a worm?
I would probably disown him.
Fucked up.
I'd be worried I wouldn't be able to take good care of him, so I feel like I would let someone else adopt him. Someone who, like, has a lot of terrariums and shit, you know?
A lot of experience with worms.
Fuck, I
I was
can't
gonna say, like, taking care of a worm is a lot less expensive than taking care of a son.
That's true.
I would let a bird adopt it.
You're doing so well. Oh my god.
I'm fucking
That's
getting
very
it, dude.
good. That was very fucking.
I'm
Oh
fucking
wait.
getting it, dude.
Speedrun packs.
What?
Speedrun killer. Speedrun killer.
No!
Speedrun killer.
Oh no, is this like RNG?
Yes.
Oh my god, it's very funny though.
Yeah. You can. It'll waste time if he does that.
Okay, come on. What's he doing? Scary.
He's just getting
Scary.
closer. He's getting behind you.
Get the thing.
All right.
Thing.
We let him.
No.
and-
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
No. Yeah, I wanted to shoot it, but I wasn't in time.
I like
Nah,
how
you wouldn't be able to anyway because he has to bend down.
I like how King Boo's apparently Dan Bowser's so much more scary than me. I better be him for this one.
Yeah, right? Okay, nice,
There we
nice,
go.
nice.
All right. Watch out for that ball.
Get him! What the? Oh, he was in front of me because he's
Death
smaller than I thought he was.
perception.
God, I hate you, King Boo. I hate you so much.
Oh, and his head is backwards.
Whatever, we're not speedrunning, so that's not a big issue.
Oh, I thought
I
you were.
wish you could get some health during the boss fight, dude.
I thought you got hit by the plane competitively, bro.
No, I swallowed it and spit it back out, remember?
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's gonna show up behind you. Okay, if you get too far from him, he does that.
Okay, alright.
You gotta keep him in arm's reach.
Kills my brother.
Okay, you're still good. You're still good. You're still
Yeah, I'm
good.
gonna die in a cutscene, dude. I'm gonna die in a cutscene. Oh, I didn't somehow.
Because you ran away.
Oh, you fucking killed me.
I might get him.
God.
No, come on, dude.
There's got to be some way to get health from this boss fight, surely.
Nope.
Really?
You're on your own.
Cringe, this game sucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll say it again. Cringe,
It's
this
the
game
last.
sucks.
It's the final boss.
care.
What do you want from them?
Health! Just a little bit of health.
My
No.
life.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, this
The
is
final gambit.
40.
Yeah!
Good job.
Now for the second phase.
No.
Damn. No one has done it faster. I've beaten this game faster than anyone else. Me also.
Good.
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 Mastered full gambit, man.
Oh, good.
Very good.
What
Also,
did you just like pause and saved and quit right now?
that's it, everyone. Goodbye. We'll continue next time. Also, a dab, victory dab. Ooh, victory dab. I can have two. I am lunch for this. Whatever. Also, Ghost of Christmas Future. Thank you very much for the egg.
Wait, do you need to spam through some dialogue in case somebody spawned?
Not this time. No.
Okay.
That was for catching all the booze.
Oh, okay.
Luigi. That one will do. Luigi, you did it! Truly remarkable, my boy. I supplied the Poltergeist 3000, but you ran with it all the way to the top, sonny. You've made me proud. Get a hold of yourself, Gad. Was that? You found King Boo? He jumped into a painting of Bowser, you say? He even blew fire at you? Well, in all my years of ghost research, I've never heard such a fantastical tale. And that career spans 60 years, mind you. Why, I still recall starting out as a young whelp who trembled at the mere thought of a ghost. Trembled, I say. Oh, beg your pardon, this old brain goes recollecting every now and then. I can sit down and fill a week spinning ghost yarns. Why, just last... Right, well, anywho, Luigi, grab your brother's painting and bring him to the lab. That poor little feller's falling asleep. He must have just collapsed with relief and exhaustion when he saw you arrive.
Nighty. Ah, spaghetti. Ah, ravioli.
Ravioli.
Ah, mamma mia.
Do we have to save Mario? Yeah. I guess we do. I mean, we came this far, you know. It's the sunk cost fallacy and all that. I'll get the wait. that's Mario.
Well, I'll get the machine ready to return your brother to his former state, alrighty? I'll be expecting you both.
We did it, gang.
We did it.
We defeated
Now
Luigi.
it's time to burn the Mario painting.
Look at him standing there. He is so
I can't wait to put you
Wallace
through
and
the-
Gromit.
I can't wait to put you through the wood chipper. Yahoo!
Yahoo!
They should get Aardman Animation to make a Mario and Luigi movie.
That would actually be so delightful.
It would be though, wouldn't it?
That'd be really, really fun. It would do a really good job. Much better than the movie we did get, which I didn't watch.
Me neither.
But you know, that just shows how not good it is. It's because I didn't even watch it, you know?
Exactly. If it was good, you would have watched it.
Exactly. We already stopped the Great Evil and made bank. We don't need Mario. Yeah, I mean, Luigi is clearly capable of doing this hero stuff by himself, you know? I love depictions of Mario and Luigi as good brothers. Tales of Brotherly Love make me cry. Like, I think the joke is funny that like, oh, we don't really need him. But yes, I do love any time I see like fan art of Mario and Luigi being really, really buddy brothers and stuff. It's same with Sonic and Tails, dude. Any like fan comic or something where Sonic is like a really good older brother to Tails is just fills me with life. It's so wonderful.
To fix Mario, I'll put him through the painting machine backwards. Will that
Will
work?
that work?
I don't know, probably.
Oh.
The best thing we got.
Let me Google it.
This'll mess with your head. All your hard work lasted only a single night. Well done, Luigi.
It was like
It was
weeks.
actually 4 streams.
It was 4 streams, but okay. The mansion. Well, okay, hold on a second. How long were those 4 streams together? So each is like 3.5 hours.
4 hours each. Let's just be generous with that.
Okay, 4 hours each is like 8.
The first one we
So
didn't really
16,
play the game, so...
It's, yeah, the first one we need to count less.
So you gotta remove 1 hour and a
hours.
half.
32 hours, is that what you said? No, because okay, 4 streams.
16 hours.
No, okay,
16 minus 1 is 15.
4 streams, but one of them had like 10 minutes of gameplay. So, actually, and we have to take half an hour out of each of them from like breaks and like the countdown and stuff. So, let's say 3 hours times 3. Because the first one we're not counting. So that is only 9 hours. So yeah, that is, I guess, a single night. That's fun.
Yeah.
The mansion those booze built disappeared into the night, but that treasure seems to be real. I have no interest in such stuff, so go on and keep it all. Use it however you like. Say what? Enough rattling on about money. I guess we'd better get your brother back then. Of course, your brother's really important, but first we have to take care of these last ghosts.
Something that I'm not thinking about. Like, it's funny how in the like the cast of Mario, the only ones that have to do with money is Luigi and Wario.
And Yoshi.
Yoshi too?
Yeah, Yoshi doesn't
Oh
pay
yeah,
his
he does
taxes.
tax evasion, that's right.
Yeah.
You better not be a disembodied Bowser head. My stupid ass.
You better not be a disembodied Bowser head and of King Boo.
What color we got?
It looks like a bronze.
That's a bronze.
That's
a
okay.
bronze.
Hey, listen, we did it. That's the important part.
Silver.
That's that one news from
And then
our
we
brothers
have
about getting a shitload of coins. Oh yeah, that's true.
Silver. And then we
Was
got
that
a gold on Van Gogh.
Nice. And another gold. And a bronze, I guess, which is
That's
fair.
a bronze, yeah.
Silver.
And then a silver.
Our sweet mansion disappeared. It wasn't our sweet mansion. It never really belonged to us. It belonged to the ghosts that we, brutally captured.
It was all a lie.
I'd wager dollars to donuts that nobody but me has such lovely paintings.
See,
You're
I made
fucking
him laugh sinister because it's an evil thing he did.
You're fucking insane.
Yeah, I'll pay you to shut up about
I
it.
just want to tell you that this entire fucking night I've been trying to save Mario and you made me get these fucking ghosts. These ghosts have done nothing wrong. They're trying to live here in peace. I mean, they did try to kill me, but that's beside the point.
Well, it was self-defense.
Sir, you are fucking insane.
Luigi, I've got this whole gallery built underground. What am I gonna
Listen.
put in it if I can't put the ghosts in there?
Take a
Money!
painting yourself.
Put money in there. I don't care.
I don't
Want money?
care
I
for
got
money,
plenty.
I
Here you
just
go.
told you. I need ghost paintings. It's
Listen,
for my
I'm a-
research.
I'm gonna get my brother back. We're just gonna leave. I had enough of you.
Okay. At least I got my ghost back.
Mamma mia. How
I might kill you. I might just kill you.
Wow, look at all the money.
That's what I'm...
God, you know the fucking little music dudes from Wii Music?
I don't feel safe.
They're talking like that, they're so cute. That game is so fun. It's very flawed, but you have fun with it. Oh, here we go, here goes Mario. It really is just putting it through the machine backwards.
So a little fun fact about this scene is that before he goes into the washing machine, his pose is him jumping. And then when he's in the washing machine, it's that.
I love that pose, it's very good.
We need to unbake the cake.
Mario? Luigi!
They died.
He died.
Mamma mia.
The Mario is dead?
Oh, oh,
Look at him. Aw, he's so happy to see his brother.
Oh.
Okay, Luigi.
He's kind of gone insane, actually.
No, he's so happy to see his brother, and the fact that he's okay and that he's in a position like that, which he never really usually is just so hilarious to him.
Yeah, I know.
No, I think he's just gone insane.
Also, this is the best song in the game.
Okay, let's listen to it for a moment. No, I said let's do it. No! Ah! This is you stopping the music.
What's wrong with you
music. Stop!
What's wrong with you people?
This song sucks so much.
Stop! Ow! Oh, this is good actually.
It sounds a bit like a KK song.
It does. I was just thinking that. It really sounds like the home CD version of a KK song.
I mean, same composer, so.
Not true.
KK stands for Kill Slider.
I had my issues with this game, but it was still fun to play. I did like the the charm of it, some of the creativity.
Best part.
Cute. No, don't try to whistle along because there's a delay. Sorry.
Not bad.
Yo, Charles Martinet.
Yo.
Wonder what he's up to
the Mario
these
voice
days.
forever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jen Taylor, the voice of Peach, did some ghost voices in this one.
Oh, that's
Martinet
fun.
did most of the ghost voices for this.
Nice. Did he do King Boo?
No, King Boo is a stock left.
Oh, okay. That means I could use it. Yeah, no, this was fun. I enjoyed playing through it. Pretty jank. Not gonna lie, it's pretty jank, but it was fun.
When you play through older games like this, it's amazing how short
So
the
the matter of
credits
the
are.
ghost was settled. Professor Egad was so delighted to have all of his paintings returned that he used the treasure Luigi had found to build Luigi a new house.
And let's see.
And the house we got is pretty good.
Yo, that's a pretty nice one.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yay!
Isn't that the canon one as well?
No, the canonical one is D.
Ah, okay.
These no.
I was gonna say, yeah, because I knew that this happened at the end. Like you get a mansion. It's the same in like Wario World. Well, you get something based on how much money you've collected.
It's a nice house.
Yeah, very good. But I was thinking like it's not canonical, right? Whatever the best ending is definitely not the real ending because Luigi doesn't have a mansion.
Yeah, rank D is Luigi's house in Luigi's Mansion 2.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Yeah, Luigi's a humble man.
Luigi's bad at collecting money.
Well, Zoe?
Yes?
There's one thing left to do.
What's that?
Oh?
Let's go back in. Let's do one last thing. One last hurrah. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go back in. Let's select that file.
Okay.
What's inside the mansion?
Are you ready? Let's go to the Hidden Mansion Round 2, baby! Let's
The
make it order!
Hidden Mansion?
What?
It's a harder version of the game. Let's go!
Oh, it's the same game?
It's the same game. The treasures are randomized and some rooms are backwards.
I would rather not.
How cute. Very cute. We are not going to be doing that.
Goodbye, Luigi.
What we will be doing is slowly ending this stream. Yes. So this is just like Gregory Horror. Luigi can't help himself but go back to that place, the mansion.
The mansion.
You're right. It's just like Gregory Horror. Damn. Remember when games did that kind of stuff? Challenge modes and stuff?
I don't feel safe.
Resident Evil 2 Remake at least still has like a bunch of challenge modes after you beat it. So there are still games that do it. But it does feel like it used to be more common, I suppose. there's a worst ending that is really hard to get because you can't collect even 10 coins. You would just have to, like, before the final boss, just run into those bombs in front of the final door for a bunch to lose all your money.
Yeah, the only thing you can collect is the crown, and that gives you the worst ending.
Right. What is it? Just like
that
a
is
tent?
quite impressive.
Yeah, it's just a tent.
Okay, great. Yeah, because that's the same thing in Wario World. You just get a tent.
Yeah.
Gregory Horror Show reference. Yes, we finished streaming that game earlier this week, in fact. Okay. But this has been very fun, and we have now finished the horror playthroughs that we had for this Spooktober.
Yeah.
And so there is going to be one more spooky stream probably, which is on Halloween itself, which is next week. I don't actually know what it is yet, but I just want to do something. If I can do something real special, then that's nice. But we'll find out.
On Tuesday.
Yes. And if you are interested in that or anything else that I do, exclamation point links in chat, and you get a little website that has all of my things in it. You can figure it out from there. The Discord is the best place to stay up to date what I'm going to do, because you get a little here, but you don't have to worry about joining the whole community if you don't want to do that, which that's totally fair, because all you get is the stream announcement channel and a channel explaining the rules and how to get into the full server if you want, but there is no pressure whatsoever. Now, what about my co-hosts? Going from left to right, how about the three of you plug something if you want to?
Sure. Hello everyone, my name's Jody.
You are on the right, not on the left.
Am I? No, I thought you meant your left.
No, I meant from the audience perspective.
I'm sorry.
How dare you?
I don't have anything to plug this time.
Okay.
My name is Daya. I'm a Twitch streamer on twitch.tv/Diaphane. You see that in the chat. I stream retro games a lot, and mostly just like kind of like ROM hacks. I kind of like seeing what the community does with old games. I also like just streaming whatever the hell I want. It's literally just a variety show up for grabs, mostly concerning Nintendo games. But I'm currently on a hiatus. I'm currently reworking my channel, so it's gonna be a little bit until I get back into the full swing of streaming. So bear with me on that. But if you want to drop a follow, I do go live when I do feel like it at this point in time. Yeah. So.
I like that the last thing you've streamed is Freddy Fish 2, The Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse still. It's very, very fitting now. And Jody?
I'd like to shout out Daya.
Awesome. It's kind of you.
Hello everyone, my name's Jody. I stream at twitch.tv/Download, mainly first person shooters. Mainly, I also play a couple of chill games as well, but I like shooting things. I like shooting things and killing things and explosions and murder.
Such a surreal. Yeah, man.
Come check me out, please.
I really need to stream a game where I can be really violent.
Yo, I love.
I need to. Anyway, yes, y'all should go check them out.
Wait 40 more seconds, then I can shout out Judy again.
I really hate that there's a cooldown on that. Why couldn't you just shout out whatever you want?
It's very annoying.
It's because you get like the pop-up, and it takes a while.
Right at the top of the screen, right? Fair enough. But yeah, I hope you guys have had a very good time during this stream and this stream series. And we are now going to be rating Duke of Ash, who is going to be 100% completing Garfield card. So that's good.
The rating Ash catch.
No. Duke of Ash is a super cool shark VTuber. He is so nice and he is so cool. And he has a little cute shark creature on there. And it's great.
He's going Garf mode.
He's going Garf mode. He's Garfing all out, dude. You don't have to shout out Duke. We're already gonna go there.
Yeah, no, just so people can see the name.
Oh, okay, alright. The raid message will be...
Look at my brother stuck in the pipe.
Can I just see he's going golf mode?
I sucked up all these ghosts and all I got was this lousy house.
That's pretty good, but he's going Garf mode is really good. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. If you have our emotes, then please do this one.
Yo, he's going golf mode.
This is the right message. So yes, thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate y'all for coming, for showing up and hanging out and whatever. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. If you want to come along with these raid, but you are not brought along automatically, simply stay in chat and I will post the link so that you can still join. Now, goodbye!
Goodbye, everybody. Bye,
Bye.
battery.
Enjoy golf mode.